Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, as well as our esteemed speakers and participants here today. We would like to welcome you to the Trade Exports Awareness webinar for fresh fruit from the Department of Agriculture in collaboration with the National Agricultural Marketing Council. It is my great pleasure to welcome everyone to today's session, as we all understand that the fruit sector is the cornerstone of our agricultural economy and a proud contributor to our export earnings. So basically, it is quite vital that we look into the fruits that we're going to be speaking to today, because we all understand that it's not only enjoyed locally, but also recognized worldwide for their exceptional quality, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our value chain. So today's session is an important platform for sharing knowledge and exploring opportunities and strengthening our export readiness, especially as global trade conditions are evolving. Staying informed and responsive ensures that South Africa remains competitive, sustainable, and inclusive in the export landscape. Thank you so much to each and every one of you for joining us, and I look forward to a productive and insightful discussion up ahead. So with that being said, we will first start with basically our welcome remarks, opening and the purpose of today's workshop, which is going to be given by Mr. Bernard Manganyi, who is an agricultural economist at the National Agricultural Marketing Council. Bernard is an agricultural economist who specializes in smallholder market access research and policy analysis. He holds a MSc in agricultural economics from the University of Pretoria. His professional experience includes role as an agricultural economist, agricultural practitioner, teaching assistant, information officer, and research assistant. His research interests cover themes such as climate change, technology adoption, and agricultural market dynamics. Over to you, Mr. Manganyi. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Program Director. Good morning, colleagues, distinguished speakers, all participants on the platform. On behalf of the Department of Agriculture, the National Agricultural Marketing Council, and our co-organizers, I would like to welcome you to the Trade Export Awareness webinar for fresh fruit. We convened this webinar at a time when the global forces shape the international trade, and as we envisage to or expanding we must understand both dynamics and the broader global environment affecting our participation in this international markets. The global fruit trade is evolving, and the data informs us that there are changing preferences across consumers in the globe, and they really prioritize the traceability and sustainability indicators. And moreover, as we have experienced, climate disruptions are changing production and supply chain calendars due to also logistics system are disrupted due to conflicts amongst key countries that we trade. At the same time, as the global environment remains uncertain, we've witnessed global tensions and conflict between major economies, which really disrupt the trade flows through the protectionism, where we've seen that tariffs and non-tariff barriers such as stricter phytosanitary standards and technical barriers really are strategically used to exclude some of the participants in the international trade. So these measures sometimes, or to a certain extent, really restrict market access in this international trade. So
Mr. Manganyi,
this global law.
Apologies to stop you. There has been some a confirmation that some people can't hear you. So I just wanted to note if people can hear you or if they cannot, because I see that there's some people who's saying they cannot hear you from their side. Can everyone hear Mr. Manganyi? I see a lot of thumbs up. Is he audible? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. Apologies, Mr. Manganyi. You can go for it.
Thank you so much. I was alluding that these changing dynamics really position South Africa. We really need to position South Africa in terms of responding to these global changes. So, though we are facing challenges, I think the opportunities and challenges that are presented. For instance, there are new market opportunities that are emerging, particularly in Africa and the Middle East and Asia. We know that our citrus, deciduous and subtropical fruits are globally competitive and recognized for their quality. And the sector, the industry as a whole has shown the resilience when we take account of the past shocks. We had pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, with several climatic shocks. We also had logistical constraint due to Ukraine, Russia war, and they have shown resilience. So this resilience is supported by recent economic or macroeconomic information or data that was released by State SA. So when we look at the economic performance in relation to what we are talking about today, South African economy has achieved its fifth consecutive quarter four of growth, which expanded by 0.4% between October and December 2025. Whereas also the agricultural sector responded positively by a growth of 0.4% to the GDP. The main driver was field crops and horticultural products, which fruits form part of that. It just shows that the industry is still resilient given other shocks that may affect us. However, we need to sustain this performance, which will require ongoing adaptation and stronger coordination, which need also deliberation efforts to ensure that inclusive participation in the international markets. So today's webinar really aims to do exactly what I was alluding to. The overarching objective is to clarify the export processes, connect the participant with key institutions such as DTIC, CGA, Fresh Produce Export Forum, Fruit SA, and provide some technical knowledge to help participants navigate the international trade environment. So over the next few hours, you will hear from experts in this topic, particularly in trade policy, market access, and also in export development. So I encourage all participants on the call to engage the content that will be presented and ask questions and make full use of this platform. With that, program director, I would like to thank you so much for giving me time to deliver on the opening remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manganyi, for the warm welcome and basically underlying the importance of today's Information Day and why we need to be gathered here today and basically to see where today's information sharing is going to lead us to and why it's important. To all the participants and everyone, just a slight change to our program. We are going to have our first speaker from the DTI as we are moving on to the second segment, which is the DTI incentives. We're going to have Mr. Mothapo Mahlatse, who's the Deputy Director at DTIC. After his presentation, we are going to have a Q&A session, and thereafter we're going to continue as per the program is set out. And this is because he has to excuse himself straight after our Q&A. So with that being said, I would like to introduce Mr. Mothapo Mahlatse, who is the Deputy Director, as mentioned, from the DTIC. He is an experienced professional in economic development with extensive expertise in small business development, funding, facilitation, marketing, and stakeholder engagement. He holds a Bachelor of Commerce Honors degree in economics with over 17 years of professional experience. Mr. Mothapo has built a strong career supporting the growth and sustainability of small, medium, and micro enterprises, while contributing to initiatives that promote inclusive economic development. Currently, he serves as the Deputy Director for Strategic Partnerships and Customer Care within the Incentives Branch at the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. In this role, he is responsible for strengthening stakeholder relations and enhancing service delivery to clients across all 9 provinces of South Africa. His work focuses on facilitating access to the DTIC incentive programs and ensuring efficient customer care services that support businesses in accessing government support mechanism. Through his work, he plays a key role in improving engagement between the department and its stakeholders while advancing initiatives that enable businesses to benefit from available economic development programs. Mr. Mahlatse, over to you, sir.
Thank you, the Program Director, for the introduction. Good morning, colleagues, stakeholders, and the business community at large. I won't do the introduction that much because the Program Director did justice to that. I'm just going to go straight into the programs that I think will be relevant for this initiative here today. The first program that I'm going to do here is the innovation cluster, which
Mr. Mahlatse?
Yes.
Can you kindly make its presentation mode so that we are able to see it more clearly? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. The first cluster that I'm going to present on will be the innovation cluster, which is the funding support that assists the innovators throughout their different stages of innovation. Under this program here, we support those who want to bring in new processes, new products into the market, or those who want to enhance or to improve some of the processes or the products that are currently in the market, but they need to be some element of innovation to it. Then the program will support in terms of the research and development in science, engineering, and technology that need to be conducted. Then we'll also support the prototyping or the development of the products up until the prototype that is ready for the market is fully developed. Then we also support those who have the prototypes that are ready for the market. There's a program that can assist in terms of the marketing and the commercialization of those prototypes. So this is, in short, the 3 stages of the innovation support or funding support that the DTIC have, depending on which stage of the innovation is the industrialist at. Since this webinar here is on the fresh fruits, I've decided to focus more on the agro-processing because this is the program that can be relevant to some of the beneficiaries or the companies that are here. So just as a description of the qualifier processes or projects that are supported as part of the agro-processing, we are looking at new and existing agro-processing or beneficiation projects. This can involve a wide range of the processing from primary, secondary, and tertiary processing, or beneficiation activities that can result in value addition or enhanced storage life, including but not limited to those that are involved in the cleaning, sorting, grading, waxing, control, repenning, labeling, packaging, repenning, refrigeration, cold storage facilities, canning, freezing, and drying, wood carving installation, and so forth. So basically, things like the pack houses, we also regard them as being part of the agro-processing value chain. So those who want to set up the pack houses to package those fruits or veggies that one is producing, those are some of the things that we can support. And also those who want to set up the facilities to support the farmers, then we can look into that, like those shared activities. Then we can also look into that as part of the infrastructure that is needed to support those farmers. On the next page here, these are on the left, this is just what we intend to achieve. Then on the middle there, these are the targeted sectors under the agro-processing. Then most of what the audience is here for today will be covered on the first one, which is food and beverage value addition and processing. And to a certain extent, also the fertilizer production, because those that are planting those trees, they will at times need the fertilizers to be able to take care of their plants. So we also support the fertilizer production companies. Then on the last one, this is just to say we also support any other agro-processing subsectors that one might be involved in. Then on the far right, these are the programs, the 3 programs that support the agro-processing activities. We have a dedicated program specifically for the agro-processing sector. Then we call it agro-processing support scheme. Then we also have the manufacturing support program, which also under it will have the agro-processing as part of the sectors that are supported under the manufacturing support program. Then we also have the transformation program called Black Industrialist Scheme. Then under the program also, we got the agro-processing as part of the sectors that we support under the Black Industrialist Scheme. So these are the 3 programs that can support the agro-processing value addition. So how one can be able to determine which program will be best suited for what they are doing? Because in most cases, you might find that you can be able to qualify for all 3. Then it will just be a matter of which one of these 3 programs will give your company a great benefit in terms of the incentive that one can get from the DTIC. So that's basically how one will be able to do that. Then, which is why my chief directorate exists, because we exist to be able to assist those who don't know which program will be best suited for their project scope. Then we'll be able to go through that scope. Then thereafter, then we can make an informed decision as to which program to consider. But all three, they support the agro-processing activities. Then we also have the infrastructure, critical infrastructure program, which supports mostly the bulk infrastructure. By that, I mean for those, let's say, that are having their own orchards or their own farms. If, let's say, there is no supply of water, then they want to draw water, let's say, from the dam and bring it closer to their farm or their orchards, then they can cost share some of those costs with the DTIC to wheel down that water from the dam up until the point of entry into their farm or the orchards. But we are not gonna enter the farm. We are just gonna assist in terms of bringing water closer to your farm or the orchards. So that's one of the programs that one may be able to look into if there are any infrastructure that is critical for the project to take place. Basically, these are the only ones that I'll share, because my colleagues that are going to present after me, they will go into details in terms of the support that is available for export marketing. So these are my contact details for those who would like to engage further. This is my email, my landline, my cell phone, and the website where some of the funding support can be found at the DTIC website under the financial assistance. Thank you, the program director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahlatse, for your presentation. And thank you for availing yourself for this segment of the presentation. As mentioned at the start of the program, I did mention that Mr. Mahlatse does have to leave us. However, he is giving us an opportunity for a brief Q&A. So I am now going to open it up for a couple of questions before he steps off. So if there are any questions, please kindly shoot. I am going to be looking at them. I'm going to be seeing hands. Okay, I see Mpho's hand. I'm only seeing one hand. Okay, Mpho, you can go ahead. Are you able to hear me? Mpho? Nxalati? Okay. We still are waiting for hands and questions, Mr. Mahlatse. I think whilst we're waiting for that, just a question from my side would basically the agro-processing value addition. I think I was looking at basically the targeted sectors, more specifically understanding that our target audience today is mostly from the fresh fruit side of things and not necessarily on the processing side. Where could they potentially benefit from your side of things?
All right, Thandeka.
Okay,
thanks for
before you do answer me, I'm just trying to take another question from Paul, and then maybe you can answer both if that's okay with you. Paul, can you hear me? You do have
Yes,
your
I
hand
can.
up. Okay, you
Yes,
can
I
go
can.
for it. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just heard Mr. Mahlatse stating that there is this assistant connecting the participants with these products. So the last year, we went to Galaga Estate. The DTIC arranged the China, South Africa trade fair. And a lot of promises up until now, there's nothing materialized. So I'm wondering as to how credible is this now from the DTIC? Because really, they don't tell us as to we are here and we're experiencing this particular program. So if you can wait and this, or because there was an ambassador from China in that particular presentation. Maybe they tell us that who is stalling the progress. So about this one, how is he gonna take me into comfort that really, as the participants of this particular webinar, we're gonna be taken care of, or we're gonna be accommodated for that matter? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paul. Mr. Mahlatse, you can answer the two questions. I think
Oh,
there's two.
hello again.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, me and Paul, we colleagues, but I'm Sipiwe Shabalala.
Oh, okay.
Yes, can you rectify that? I don't know how. When you record, say Sipiwe Shabalala asked this particular question. Thank you.
Question. Okay, I think it's your laptop or how you are flagged on our side.
Yeah,
You
it's
are
my laptop.
showing it. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're using it
Mr.
with info
Mahlatse,
here.
I hope you heard the questions. Sorry. We do have two more. I think after you have answered the two questions, I'm going to take the question from Lundu and then another one from Jonas Rappel.
All right. Thanks, Tandeka. I will start with yours, the one regarding the audience that is here today, that is mostly the fresh fruit and the relevant program that they can tap in. So for those that are involved in fresh fruit, the support that they can get from the DTIC will mostly be on the pack house, not the primary activities like farming. As you are aware that we have the Department of Agriculture that is responsible for that, then we don't want to encroach into their space. But from the DTIC, we support post-farming activities, meaning when they want to do the pack houses, they want to pack whatever that they were farming, or when they want to process. Then as much as they are involved in farming, but we also encourage them to do some of the post-farming activities in order to derive some of the government support. So the other support that they can get is on the infrastructure side of things, the bulk infrastructure that might be needed to support their farms. So this is just another program that they can look into in terms of the critical infrastructure that is necessary for the project to take place. Then the next question that was asked by Mpho regarding the promises that were made at Galaga Estate. Unfortunately, he did not mention the type of promises that were made, but we have two kind of support from the DTIC. There are those that that engage the DTIC through our colleagues from EMIA, meaning those who seek the export support. Then we also have the incentive support for those who want to invest in the production activities, which is where I'm based. So the question that he have asked to say that how would he know if what I have presented here we will be able to keep whatever that we are saying here. What I can tell you is our programs, we do meet on a monthly basis. Every month, then we'll have the meeting where the projects they get adjudicated. So one just needs to apply. Then when you apply, then your application will be allocated to the person that will be working on that, and that particular person will be communicating with you. But as a point of departure, I'm more of a client interface from the DTIC. Then it will help to start with me just to present your project to me. Then from there, then I can be able to guide on which program, and I'm also gonna assist you to be able to make the application submission. Then thereafter, if there are any delays, then you will get back to me to say that, yes, I have applied so many weeks or a month passed, then I don't get a feedback and all that. Then I'll be able to intervene in that regard, because at times it helps to at least know one person that is linked to all this program. Because even when then you are frustrated, then you can be able to get back to me as the point of entry into the DTIC. Then I'll be able to assist with that. I think these were the first two round questions that were asked for now.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahlatse. So the next question is from Luntu Lwandile, who says, they might have missed this, as part of the requirements, do you need a farmer to have water rights before assistance? And then the second question, there was a hand from a Jonas. So Jonas, if you can hear me, please come up. And then I think I'll take three for now, if that's okay with you. Or would you like me to take all of them and then you answer all of them?
Yes, you can take all of them.
Okay. So after Jonas has come through, I will then be taking the question from, there is a laptop, I think it's called Calicote Trade something. And then the following yes, Calicote Trade Solutions, and then it will be from Sfiso Keswa in that order.
Good morning. Am I audible?
You are audible, yes.
Good morning. My name is Jonas Rapela from Agricultural Development Agency. I just want to thank the presenter, Dr. Mahlatse, for quite a comprehensive support that comes from DTIC. I think my question is more on manufacturing support program and agro-processing support program. I just want to know from their side, are there any funded projects that they have done already and the success of it? I'm just asking if this is a new thing that they're starting or it has started already, And then you have case studies that, somebody can learn from, that they have funded. Because my question will be on the minimum and the maximum of the amount they can fund. What is the maximum that they can fund, maybe in agro-processing support structure? Or what are we looking at? And maybe in a way, I went to the website now, forms, if there's any forms, terms and conditions of those funding, maybe somebody can learn from there and be able to make sure he tailor-made the application based on conditions and terms that it's on the application forms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonas. And then from the Trade Solutions, are you able to hear me? Okay, we'll skip you for now, Mr. Sfiso Keswa. After you,
Hello?
It will. Oh, yes, now I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, my mic was muted. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the presentation. I'm based in the Western Cape, and I've been for the last few years trying to understand the Agro Master Plan or the Processing Master Plan, because whether it relates to just, well, in this instance, obviously it's crop farming, and it obviously relates to the new stone fruit bilateral, which helps in that sense. But what is, besides the funding opportunity, are there state-owned facilities that could be made available in terms of processing for abattoirs, packing facilities for cattle farming or crop farming, where it's beyond just the funding process, which is a very long process that requires quite a bit of capital outlay, which makes it often difficult to fund because the producer doesn't produce enough. So it would, there's not enough being produced or grown by the singular producer, which means then the agri-processing application doesn't seem viable when you apply for the program. So what is the bridge between the two? Because it's you've got the problem of the primary producer being too small to warrant a processing plant, yet there's no collective way of applying where it's more than one particular producer applying for a central processing plant, which is the focus of the master plan, but it seems to be skewed towards commercials. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I did miss your name because your computer doesn't show the name or where you come from. And that is for everyone as well. When you do come to the platform, please kindly introduce yourself just so that we are able to know who we're speaking to. And then the next speaker is going to be Sfiso Keswa. After you, it will be followed by Kairu Clayton. And the third question will come from Queen Mkhize. In that order,
thank
please.
you. Thank you, Program Director. And my question is on the compliance standards and certification. I'm wondering if DTIC does support certification course under the existing incentive schemes, like your global gap certification as well as phytosanitary certifications. Also on the incentive and funding support program, what are the eligible criteria for agro-processing and fresh produce export focus businesses? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to all participants, please do kindly note there is still going to be 3 other presenters from the DTIC, which might answer some of the questions that were not answered by the presentation that we just had from Mr. Mahlatse. So if you have maybe other questions, please do excuse us. As I have indicated, he does have to rush. So the last question is unfortunately going to be from Queen Mkhize. So the next one I'm going to take is from Cairo Clayton. Apologies if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. And then we'll follow Queen Mkhize after that. I think it's Cairo Shanae Clayton.
Morning, Cairo here. I popped a link into the chat, and I'd just like to find out in terms of application process for the APSS scheme, if that is a comprehensive link and guide in terms of the forms we need to complete and the information we would need to add.
Thank you so much for that. I think other colleagues from the DTIC who have seen the link on the chat, please kindly assist on the chat as well. Queen Mkhize.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My request is not mainly a question, it's the request that to request from DTIC to collectively look at the applications, especially the transformation program, which talks about the Black industrialist schemes with the funders, because we find that most of the time is delayed by the processes. If they can't make a decision, it's very difficult for financiers to take a decision of supporting the program. So I kindly request that collectively we work together as departments and also to streamline and to be more efficient and effective when it comes to the facilitation and processes for approvals. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mahlatse, those are going to be your questions for today. If there's any further questions to all participants, I hope you all noted the contact details of Mr. Mahlatse. We are also going to share the presentation and with his details on it there as well, so that you can further contact him for more information. Please take it away, Mr. Mahlatse.
All right. Thank you, Thandeka. Okay, I'll start with the first one, then according to the sequence in which they were asked. The first question was to check whether the farmers need to have the water rights before they can apply for any assistance. The answer to that is yes, because for any funding that one apply, depending on which sector you come from, one need to comply with the industry regulation. So if part of having that water into your farm or orchards then requires the water rights, then we will need that. Then the second question from Mr. Jonas Rapela was on the manufacturing support program and the agro-processing support program. He was asking if these are new programs and whether there are case studies for some of the projects that were supported in the past. And he also wanted to know the minimum and the maximum incentive amount, and whether there are any forms that one can refer to when they want to apply. The MSP, okay, firstly, none of the programs, they are new, but MSP was introduced, I think was introduced in April 2024, so it's turning 2 years in 2 weeks. The program will be 2 years, so it is the only one that is still at an early stages. But the agro-processing support support program is been around for quite some time. And yes, there are approvals and payments that were made both on the two programs. But MSP obviously will have lower volumes because the program is still very new. But the agro processing has been around for quite some time. But yes, even at the DTIC website where colleagues from marketing, they always do what you call the annual report, and also our colleagues from the monitoring and evaluation unit, they always put the stats on the website regarding the project that were supported from the inception to date. So that is there. Then in terms of the minimum and the maximum, okay, I'll start with the manufacturing support program. On both the manufacturing support program and the agro processing support program, we don't have the minimum prescribed investment that one need to make. But in terms of the incentive, on the manufacturing support program, it is kept at 10 million. That's the maximum. Then on the agro processing support program, it is kept at 20 million. Then in terms of the grant sharing percentage, that one can qualify. The manufacturing support program is 20% of the investment to be made, 20 or 30% based on the investment to be made. That's the grant percentage that one can qualify. It's rigid. So on 30%, we only have 3 groupings. Businesses that are in majority. By that I mean 51% shares. At least should be in the hands of the 3 categories that can be considered for that 30%. That are businesses that are in majority owned by women, youth, or people living with disability. These are the only 3 groups that can get that 30%. Anyone else is at 20%. Then on the agro processing support program, the incentive start at is 2030 foot. So all the investment project with the investment that is below 10 million, they are at 30%. Those with the investment of above 10 million, they are at 20%. Then there is additional 10% to that initial 20 or 30 that is available, but only to the expansion project, because one of the requirements that need to be met to be considered for that additional 10% is the increase in employment by 25% from the base jobs that the company is having. Hence, only those that are expanding their operations can be able to meet that requirement. So it's 2030, and there is additional 10% grant that can be available if one will be able to meet those 4 economic benefit criteria. That in terms of the form, yes, every program, because we don't have what we call the universal programs. We have each and every incentive programs of the DTIC will have its own rules, because they are more of a sector specific, or they serve different objective, then which is why then we'll have the guideline for each and every one of them. Each and every one of them will have its own rules, guideline, its own requirement. So the guideline is the document that will be able to guide in terms of the objective of the program, the incentive support that one can derive from the program, and the program eligible criteria, and what will be considered as the qualifying investment. So all those things will be in those guidelines, and the guidelines, they are on the website. The one that I've shared at the end of my presentation, that's where these programs will be. Then the application form also will be there. Then we'll have the guideline, the application forms, the supporting documents that we need for those programs. They will all be there, those forms. Then the third question was the need to understand agro or processing master plan. Is there facilitation available for farmers? What is the bridge to ensure that there is enough supply to bridge them? Okay, basically, myself, then I come from the incentive side of things, but we do have colleagues from the DTIC that we call the sector desk. So every sector then will have the sector desk at the DTIC. We have the agro-processing sector desk. Those are the ones that are responsible for the agro-processing master plan, and they are also responsible to deal with some of the industry issues that the industry can have. So those are more of the policy people that will be relevant to some of the things. But it is unfortunate today they are not part of this meeting, but it is only colleagues from export marketing and me from the incentive side. So, but this question will be more aligned to colleagues from the sector desk. Then compliance standards and certification. Does the DTIC support the certification on the DTIC incentive schemes? So basically, we will have different government institutions that support different things. We used to do that. We used to support the certification and all that when we were still doing those small programs that were dealing with more on the business development side. But ever since the Department of Small Business Development was established, they moved those small programs to the Department of Small Business Development to be able to deal with that. The support is there, but it's not offered by the DTIC. It's offered by the Department of Small Business Development through CIDFA. So basically, CIDA used to be the one that was funding those compliance and certifications, those testing that need to be done, the certification, those export certification compliance. So they are done at CIDFA, not necessarily the DTIC, because the DTIC will mostly deal with those that go and incur, let's say, the cost of those certification, not through CIDFA funding, which is a grant also, but those that are gonna incur those costs from their own pockets or from the financial institutions, as long as it's not grant. Then when they apply, let's say, for the agro-processing funding, then we do have the section that deals with the business development, but they can only get whatever percentage that they are gonna qualify on the capex, also to get reinvest on the business development activities like those certification fees or cost that they've incurred. But but it will be aligned to the application in CAPEX for the agro-processing activity. So this is the other option to look at it. But if you want pure grant to assist you with the certification, that's it. Okay. The second portion of the question, I think I've dealt with that, because he was asking whether there is eligible criteria for agro-processing value additions. Yes, like I've said, for each and every program will have the guideline specifically for that program. And in that guideline, there'll be the section that deals with the eligible criteria for that particular program and what qualifies under that program, the objective of the program and all that. So this information will form part of the guideline. Then the application process of the agro-processing support scheme, is there any form of the, yes, forms, yes, there are forms, there are guidelines. Then the application process will be there are forms that one need to complete, obviously. Then from those forms, there is a dedicated email addresses that those application forms and the supporting documents should be sent. And we're also going to have, every program will have the checklist that guide you in terms of the supporting documents that one need to submit with the application. Then once the application is sent, then colleagues that are dealing with that particular programs, because we'll have officials that are administering each and every programs. There'll be those that are doing the applications and those that are doing claims. Then the application, then colleagues that are doing the applications, they will acknowledge it. Then thereafter, that it will get allocated to a specific official who will then be able to engage with the client directly regarding the status of the application, or if they need any additional information, then they will communicate that. Then up until the application is taken to their technical committee meeting for a decision from a technical committee meeting, whatever decision that they took, they will take that decision to the adjudication committee meeting, which is the final body that make the final decision as to whether to approve or not. So once the decision is taken at the adjudication committee level, then it will be minuted and communicated to the client. So basically that will be the application process. For those that are approved, the approval letter will come with the claim schedule to guide in terms of how to submit a claim. For those that their applications were not successful, they will provide the reason for that decision, and the client is given about 45 days to appeal the decision. If they are not happy with it, then thereafter there will be a dedicated committee, a separate committee, to look at the appeals. So basically that's the roadmap of the application process. Yeah, I think this was the question, because the other one was more of a comment or request from our colleague from the KZN. I think is Trade and Investment KZN. The comment he made on the transformation fund to say that we just need to work as a collective when we finalize that transformation fund. So yeah, this is something that already, yes, there's a team that was set for that. Perhaps if she can engage with me after the meeting, then I can be able to introduce to colleagues that are managing that. Colleagues from Triple B, those are the ones that are in the forefront of that transformation fund. And I know there are different stakeholders that form part of that transformation fund committee. So if you can engage with me, yeah, then I'll introduce her to those that are responsible for that. Yeah, I think these were the questions that were posed to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you for the comprehensive answers that you've given us. I think everyone was covered. And if you feel like you were not covered, please feel free to also share your questions on the Q&A or on the Q&A box or on the chat box, and we will go through them as we go forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Mahlatse. Swiftly from that, we will be having the next presentation. We will be moving on, though, with our next speaker on our program. That is Ms. Nxalati Mashele, who's also a Deputy Director at the DTIC for the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition within the Exports branch. She is responsible for managing the budget for Export Marketing and Investments Assistance Scheme, what for the rest of the day we'll be referring to as EMIA. She holds a BCom Accounting, a diploma in Public Procurement, and a master's in Business Administration. She has a vast experience in financial management, export promotion, policy development, incentive management, and procurement. The Export Marketing Unit is responsible for administering the EMIA, which encompasses the facilitation of international and local trade fairs, also known as the National Pavilions and Trade Missions, evaluation of application forms for funding under EMIA, and conducting exports awareness workshops. And over to you.
Thank you so much, Thandeka. I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes, it is visible. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good morning to our guests and colleagues. My name is Nxalati, as the program director has already introduced me. So my presentation is going to be very, very, very short, but informative. So I'm going to present to you one of the incentives that the DTI has developed in order to support South African businesses to promote their goods and services. So the name of the scheme that I'm going to present today is called Export Investment and Marketing, Export Marketing and Investment Assistance. I'm sorry about that. In abbreviation, we call it EMIA. So the scheme is offered by the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition to support the participation of South African businesses in an international trade fairs, exhibitions, and missions. So the scheme has been developed in order to address some of the socio-economic challenges that our country are faced with. As you know, unemployment is rising each and every day, and that leads to poverty and inequality in our country. So it has been developed in order to assist that, because we understand that if businesses are exporting, then it means it will stimulate even our economic growth that will then translate to job creation. So the objectives of the scheme basically is to promote South African goods and services international. So how do we promote South African goods and services internationally? This can be through the exhibition or trade fair, as I've indicated from the definition of the scheme. And it is also to strengthen the export capacity of South African firms, which will also increase their visibility of the South African goods and services abroad. And another objective is to foster the trade partnership and attract foreign buyers. As you know, when we take you to either an exhibition or a trade mission, the objective is for South African companies either to sell or to invest foreign buyers to come and invest in their businesses. So another objective is to encourage innovation and competitiveness. As you know, if now you are supplying the international market, even the standard of your product has to improve so that you will be able to compete, and the innovation, you will come up with the best way of manufacturing or producing your product so that it can set you apart from the rest. And to introduce emerging exporters to the international market. I believe that today we do have companies that they have never exported and they really want to export. So the objective of the scheme, one of the objectives of the scheme is also to introduce emerging exporters to the international market. So the tools that we are currently utilizing, we've got group participation. Under group participation, we have national pavilions and trade missions. Maybe before I go ahead with telling you about the tools, I just want to indicate to you that this scheme is being administered in two divisions within the DTIC. So we've got exports branch, and then we also have the financing and the incentive financing branch. So I am coming from the export branch, where the focus is in group participation. Simply means that we take a number of companies to a trade fair or a trade mission. However, under individual participation, that's where, as a company, you can identify an international show where you would like to go and showcase your products or services. Then you will then request funding from the DTIC. I am not going to dwell much there because we've got our colleague coming from a incentive financing branch. He will be able to tell you more about how to access the scheme, the criteria, and the processes. So under group participation, as I've mentioned, we use a national pavilion. The National Pavilion is a dedicated exhibition space built by a country to showcase its capabilities in terms of innovation, technology, trade, and investment opportunities. So with regards to trade missions, are organized trips usually led by government or business organization, whereby company representatives or business representatives and the officials from the Department of Trade and Industry will visit a country to promote trade and investment opportunities. So the benefits of participating under group participation, either be it a national pavilion or a trade mission, you are going to increase your brand awareness, because if we are talking about the trade fairs, that's where it brings large audience who will be able to come so that you can showcase your products, so that it will also help you in brand awareness, so people will know about your product. And it will also provide you an opportunity of networking with other businesses or suppliers or investors, as well as industry experts. Another benefit is the direct customer interaction. As you know, you need to meet your potential customers face to face, so that you will be able to understand their needs and also to answer some of the questions that they might have. And this will be also a learning and exposure, especially as I've mentioned that we take emerging exporters to participate in this kind of initiatives. So it will also assist them to learn skills or to stay updated with industry development. And then individual participation, as I've mentioned, my colleague Bheki will be presenting, so I'm not going to dwell much. So the last part of that slide is it talks about the primary market research, of which is offered under individual participation, the project funding, which we have sector-specific funding, where we assist emerging exporters to introduce their products and services in the foreign market in order to establish a new export market. You will also tell you more about that. And the capital project feasibility program, of which is one of the incentives that is there, or one of the programs that is there based on the cost sharing grant to assist companies to conduct a feasibility studies outside South Africa for projects that will eventually lead to export markets for South African capital goods and services. Even this one, you will be able to tell you more about it, so I'm not going to dwell much to it. So the support that we are providing companies when they participate under EMIA. So we will cover your travel cost, which means that we will procure your ticket coming from, whether you are coming from Northern Cape, you are coming from Limpopo to, if the event is in Germany, then we will procure the ticket to and coming back from the event. And then we also cover the cost of exhibition related, and then the marketing cost. So how do we do that? So if you are attending a trade fair, definitely you will need your individual stand where you are going to display your products. So as department, we will ensure that we build your individual stand, we brand according to your products or your services. And this will also enable you. I know this one is not the direct assistance, however, you will be able to access trade intelligence and the business matchmaking. As I've said, under group participation, we've got trade missions. So as you know, with the trade missions, it's different from a trade fair, because with the trade mission, you will go either to attend a seminar or a conference whereby different industry experts will come and present to you about the opportunities that are available for South African companies. And also you will have an opportunity to have a B2B meeting with your business counterpart. So within our export branch, we've got a unit which is export promotion, where we've got regional managers that are responsible of identifying markets for South African goods and services or for South African businesses. So if you have been approved to attend a trade mission, so these project managers, they will make sure that they match you with your counterpart on the other side. The person will be responsible, or the company that will have interest in what you are offering, or they will have an interest in collaborating with you, because I know most of the time we really want to go and sell. Why do you find that even the countries where we are going, they just want to form that collaboration? Should there be any need, they know that now we can collaborate with businesses from South Africa. So in that way, you will be able to sell or your goods or your services. And then we also assist in terms of the administrative and logistical support. Here, so under group participation, so what do we do? We usually procure all the services upfront, and then you as a business, you don't have to pay anything, unless if you opt to pay for your travel cost and accommodation. And in that instance as well, we allow you to come back and claim the cost that you have incurred after returning from the event. So the requirements, so if you really want to apply for funding, the requirements are as follows. We are supporting companies that are registered with CIPC. So, and you have to be in operation at least for the period of 12 months, which is a year. Then we will need a brochure of the company's product so that we can see what product you are manufacturing or producing, and then the tax compliance PIN. As you know, this is a grant and it's a government funding. So if you are not compliant in terms of SARS, unfortunately, we cannot assist you. And then the BEE certificate, we also required audited financial statement. We require the financial statement in order to establish whether you are in a big company or small company, because when it comes to the benefits that the small companies are getting, it's more than what other size companies are getting, because we understand that as an other size company, it means you've got financial muscle to cover some of the cost. But in most cases, like I'm saying, if the other size companies are participating under National Pavilion, which is a trade fair, we are not going to pay for their ticket, we are not going to pay for their accommodation. However, the exhibitions related cost will pay 100%. The freight forwarding, taking the goods from where you are to the event, we pay that 100%. And we also require the import and export registration certificate. This is applicable to all trade fair related events and the trade mission, because we feel that if you are attending an exhibition, you will need to take your exhibition material that you are going to use to display on the other side, and it has to be declared at customs. So if you don't have that certificate, they won't be able even to assist you. So this is a must certificate to have. And then a copy of the passport. We are currently funding one representative per company. So we will require a copy of the passport of the person who will be representing the company. Then images for branding, as I've said, that we will have to build an individual booth where you will be exhibiting your product. So we need the pictures so that we can do the branding. And then if you are outsourcing, then we need a signed agreement between the company that is manufacturing and your company, because I know that there are certain companies that they outsource all their manufacturing processes to another company. So we will require a signed agreement. So how to apply for EMIA funding? Applications has to be submitted if you are aiming to participate under a national pavilion 5 months prior to the event. However, if you want to participate under the group missions, then your application and the supporting documentation has to be forwarded to EMIA 2 months prior to the event. And I'm sure now you're asking yourself, with national pavilions, why 5 months? As I've mentioned, for national pavilion, we need to procure a space. So we cannot get a space without knowing the number of companies that we will take, even though we've got a target from our office to say we want 20 companies. So we cannot go ahead and procure space for 20 companies if we don't have applications. So we require the applications to come early so that we can do the evaluation and note as to whether we will be able to manage to get to our target number. If not, then we adjust. Then we'll have to procure space. We'll have to appoint a stand builder who will be building the stand. And we also need to appoint a freight forwarder who will be taking the exhibition materials from your company to the event. So hence that 5 months. So it gives the team in the office enough time to ensure that all the logistical arrangements are done and everything is in order. So while under trade mission is 2 months, because here we don't procure space, we hardly procure even a venue, depending, not venue, to hire a stand builder, because most of our missions will be happening either in a hotel venue or maybe in a conference hall. So hence the periods, it's different, because here there is no much work from the office to do. So all application has to be submitted. There will be a dedicated email address on the National Pavilion list, as well as a trade mission list. So another point which I did not mention earlier on is to say that under group participation, so we support companies to participate on the list of events that we have gotten an approval from our DG. So currently we are still waiting for 2026, 2027 National Pavilion and Trade Mission list to be publicized or to be approved. And as soon as it has been approved, we upload the list on the DTIC website. We also forward to our relevant stakeholders, such as the export councils, the industry association, and some of the companies that we do have their details in our database. We also forward the list to them. So once your application is submitted, then it will be evaluated. And if you are compliant in terms of the criteria, then it will be presented to the adjudication committee. I just want to mention one thing when it comes to application. Please note that the team, the EMIA teams, they don't have authority to reject or to approve an application. So the applications are presented to the adjudication committee, which are neutral from our team. So they will either approve or reject it. Whether it's when it's a rejection, then they will also clearly specify the reason why your application was rejected. So this committee usually meets twice per month, unless if maybe, for instance, there is urgent applications that need to be processed before, let's say 3 or 4 weeks before the event, then they will have to do the round robin approvals. So all successful and unsuccessful application will then be notified in writing. So should the company wish to appeal the outcome of the application, then such request has to be forwarded to the director responsible for EMIA. Like my colleague Mahlatse mentioned that if you want to appeal, then you will be awarded that opportunity to appeal the outcome of your application. And then we also reserve the right to decline qualifying entities due to budget constraints. So each and every financial year will be allocated a certain amount. And then if we cannot accommodate the number of applications that we have received, some of the companies will then be rejected, and it will not be necessarily to say that you did not meet the requirements. Yes, you have met the requirement, you are compliant in terms of the EMIA guidelines. However, we don't have enough fund to fund everyone who applied. So the sectors that we are targeting, as you can see, I'm not going to mention a lot. Agro-processing, we are supporting, and I believe that we do have someone coming from Fresh Produce Exporters Forum, because they are one of our main stakeholders, and they know what we are funding in terms of EMIA. So we support all the sectors as listed there. And then earlier on, I've mentioned that some companies, they would prefer to purchase their own ticket or accommodation. So we allow them to do so. However, they need to submit a claim form 3 months. It has to be submitted within 3 months after the date of return from the event to that dedicated email address. And the supporting documentation that needs to be attached to the claim form, we need a signed approval letter. The signed approval letter is the letter that when your application has been approved, it will be forwarded to your company to indicate that your application was successful, and DTI thereby approving you to get a ticket to so much, accommodation to so much. So currently we are giving companies 3,500 Rand per day for accommodation. And then for the ticket, SMMEs, they are getting up to a maximum of 20,000. If the quotes received from the travel agents are above that 20,000, so we do have a leeway in our office where we ask the director to increase the amount, the maximum from 20 to 30,000. However, from 30,000, if there is a difference, then the companies has to pay the difference. And then the copy of the passport, as I've indicated earlier on, the person who represented the company, they need to send us a certified copy of the passport and the entry departure date stamp to show that they have left the country and also came back. The copy of the boarding passes, the SARS compliance PIN, as I've mentioned during application. But if what you have submitted during application in terms of SARS and BE is still valid, then there is no need because we can get it from the application site. And then the copy of e-ticket, like I said, if the DTIC did not purchase your ticket, then you will need to submit a copy. Then the proof of payment in the form of a bank statement, then the proof of bank account, then we require a letter from the bank confirming your banking details. Then when we send you a claim form, then we'll also attach a supplier maintenance form. So you need to complete this form. Basically, in the form we are asking you to fill in your banking details so that when we do the verification, we will have the letter from the bank plus what you have provided in that supplier maintenance form. Then we capture the information into the National Treasury Safety Web where we verify the banking details. So sometimes we might delay to process claims due to the verification of the banking details. So if that form, the supply maintenance form, the name of the company does not correspond to the name that the bank has, it usually delay the process because the bank will take time to verify your banking details, and we cannot process your claim if the banking details has not verified. And then SARS verification as well. Like I said, we only pay or reimburse companies that are SARS compliant. So if you are not, then we cannot process your claim until the status change to compliant. So it is very important that you check your status at SARS. If you are required to submit or to file a return, do so. And then the conditions. So all the approved applicants, they will be then required to submit a 6 months report back after the event. So these reports are assisting the unit in order to assess the performance or the impact of the scheme. And the information that we collect, we usually use it to plan for the future events, as well as to report to Parliament and to support the funding request to National Treasury. Because each and every year when we request a budget, the Treasury will want to see the return on their investment. So if we don't have the reports coming from you, it will be difficult for the DTIC to propose for additional funding. So it is very important that you submit the report 6 months after. If you have made sales, then you indicate. If you did not, still you indicate. Rest assured, we are not going to share the information that you submit to us with any other third party other than what I have mentioned there, that we require this information in order to assess the impact and planning for future events. As you know, this is government funding. We are obliged to report to Parliament how we utilize the money that was allocated to us. And then participants who fail to submit the required reports will be then excluded from accessing funding for a period of 24 months. So if you fail to submit that report, then you will be excluded. You cannot apply for any financial assistance for a period of 2 years. And in addition, we also do conduct site visits. As we had, Mahlatse today is out going to conduct the site visit. So we do conduct site visit just to confirm the existence of the company and also to verify the manufacturing process and validate the information submitted during the application stage. So this is the last slide on my presentation with the contact details of the responsible officials. We've got our director, Ernest Moake, his email address and contact details. And we have two deputy directors for group missions, which is Alison and Corneille. National pavilions is Sam and Victor, and my contact as well. So this brings me to the end of my presentation, and thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to come and listen to us, and I hope that it will assist you. The information that we are sharing, it will assist you, and you will be able to apply for this trade fairs and trade missions so that you can go and expose your products in the international market. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that very informative presentation, Ms. Mashele. We really do appreciate it. There have been a couple of questions that have been coming through the chat and the Q&A box as well. However, we are just going to hold them until the very last presentations or the block that we have for our question and answers. With that being said, we now have the next presenter, which is Mr. Bheki Ngubeni, who is an assistant director at the DTIC as well. He's an accomplished professional with extensive experience in accounting, financial management, and export development. He currently serves as the assistant director for exports, marketing, and investment assistance, which is EMIA, at the DTIC. In this role, he provides strategic support to South African businesses seeking to expand into international markets, facilitating access to export promotion initiatives and financial assistance programs that enhance global competitiveness. He began his career as a junior accountant, where he developed a strong foundation in accounting principles and financial management. He later served as an audit clerk, further strengthening his expertise in financial oversight, compliance, and auditing practices. From 2005 to 2007, he co-owned a business where he worked as an accountant in development finance for small, medium, and micro enterprises. This experience provided him with valuable insight into financial management, business development, and challenges faced by emerging enterprises. Mr. Bheki Ngubeni, thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Thanks for the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bheki Ngubeni. I'm from the Export Marketing Investment Assistance under the individual participation. Ms. Nxalati has covered a lot of the objectives of the scheme. What we do and the programs that we're offering. I represent the incentive branch. What is highlighted there in bold, this is the programs that I'm gonna engage in. First will be the individual exhibition and in-store promotion. And then secondly, there's gonna be the EMIA primary market research and foreign direct investment. Lastly, it's gonna be the individual inward bound mission. The other two columns, I'm not going to engage them, but we did speak brief about the sector-specific assistance scheme. This is the scheme that is looking at supporting your emerging exporters. There's also another leg of the project funding under the sector-specific scheme. And then we have your capital project feasibility study. This is just the support for South African companies that want to do capital project in a foreign country. But much of the information will be available on request. At the end of my slide, there's going to be my cell number, and then there's going to be my email address where you can contact me should you need more information with regards to the last column there for the sector-specific assistance scheme and the capital project feasibility study project. The program description we covered that is to partially compensate South African companies individually that wants to export, that exports. Also to help them develop their export markets, and also help them to recruit new foreign direct investment, and to register their product abroad, to do product testing. Due to time, I'm gonna have to pass some of the slides that we have there. I did mention that we have the individual participation, we have individual exhibition, we have the in-store promotion, we have the primary market research, we have the foreign direct investment, we have the individual inward bound mission. Going forward, I'm not going to pronounce these names in full. I'm going to use the acronym, for example, IE, PMR, FDR, IIPM. The guidelines are available on our website. They will be amended from time to time, and they just there to guide the applicants, to do the applications and to do the claims. This is where I would suggest that whoever that is interested in the scheme, you're going to have to go through our website, go to the financial incentive, financial EMIA page, where you're going to have our guidelines, the processes on how to apply. It's Mashele did cover the objective, but I'm just going to add, that we assist in facilitating the growth for foreign direct investment. We assist companies to concentration, product marks, quality marks, product certification, product testing. I know things the face, if I'm not mistaken, he asked if be able to assist when it comes to compliance or the psychosanitary. Yes, we will be able to assist under the primary market research, Mr. Fiso. The eligible companies should be a South African company, either manufacturing product or providing services, should be in business for at least 1 financial year. We do give support for South African Export Trading House, export councils, industry associations, or joint action group. Some of this information was presented by Ms. Mashele, but yes, these are the entities that we consider. Obviously, when you export trading house, you need to have at least 3 companies that you're representing. If you commission agent, same thing, you need to have 3 companies that you're representing. These are requirements. She spoke broadly about what needs to happen. You need to be PE compliant. Your tax compliance status should be in compliance with SARS. I mentioned that you should be in business at least for a period of year, for 1 year, 12 months. Applications should reach the EMIA individual participation at least 3 months before the event date. What I mean by that, for an event, for example, that is happening 18 July, the application should be, 18 June, the application should be submitted today. This is the latest. The earliest will be 6 months. But all that information is available on our guidelines, which I'll strongly recommend that you guys go through it. Individual exhibition, this is to attend international recognized exhibitions where there is no national pavilion, meaning where Ms. Nxalati unit is not doing a national pavilion on a trade mission, individual companies can apply directly to us. And the difference, I'm going to emphasize on that, the difference with us, the individual participation and the group participation, is that you get to identify the market that you want to go and exhibit at. And then we have secondly the in-store promotion, where South African companies, a group of 5, at least minimum of 5 companies can go to a foreign retail outlet to exhibit their products. Unfortunately, this scheme, we haven't really got an uptake in it, but it is available to give assistance to South African companies that they intend to go as a group, as a minimum group particularly to market their products. This is what I believe is more relevant for today's occasion, the primary market research and foreign direct investment. This assistance is to compensate the exporters in developing the new market. I've already said that this will include product registration, product testing, your patent registration, your trademark. This is the scheme that you offer. It's a cost sharing kind of. The DTI will give you a maximum of 200,000. There's calculations that we did, but all that information is available now. Guideline. Also, what we support, if you invited to speak at the conference where you're going to present your product or services we attend and you have an interest that you intend to meet up with your potential client, we can use the PMR. Also, the PMR is there to give assistance when you intend to meet up with your potential clients in a foreign market. There are requirements that minimum requirements that you need to meet before you can actually do that visit. I spoke about the registration of patent, trademark registration, quality marks, product testing. We look at the different types of assistance that we provide. We look at SMMEs, we look at HDIs, and then we look at other size companies. The difference is the ownership, number of employees, women-owned, youth-owned, persons with disability owned. That's some of the criteria that we use to identify the difference. Financial assistance that is offered, it's a cost sharing. I need to explain this. Under the individual participation, you get to identify the market that you want to do. You get to identify the country that you intend to visit or intend to register your product, or you do your product certification. You do an application that you submit at least 3 months before. These are some of the benefits that we have. You cover for your air ticket. It has a maximum amount. Your daily subsistence, towards your hotel accommodation, transport of samples. We do give support for your virtual exhibition, also for physical exhibition. The physical exhibition, it should be internationally recognized. For example, if there is a show here in South Africa that is internationally recognized, you can apply to us. We will give assistance, and also the registration of the product, testing of the product. Additionally to that, for persons with disabilities, there is a national assistance that DTI offers. I spoke about, just to recap, these are some of the components under the primary market research. There is what didn't cover, what we call foreign direct investment. The foreign direct investment is it's a scheme where we say you can invite a potential buyer, a potential investor to come into the country with the aim of securing the export sales, with the aim of getting them to invest in your new company that will increase your export potential. So that will be under the FDI. And I did speak about the individual inward bound mission. This is just to facilitate the transportation of the buyer, your potential buyer, to come into the country. This is under the individual inward bound mission. Sadly, we don't receive applications under this individual inward bound mission, but all that information is available on our website. The application process, it's online, and that information also is available on our website. But once you get the presentation, you'll be able to click on that link there. It will take you straight to the system that you're gonna have to use to apply. And unfortunately, we have time frames. You need to submit at least 3 months. Document requirements, I'm not going to dwell much on them. Export registration certificate, I need to emphasize, you need to be export registered for you to be considered. You need to have your annual financial statements that are up to date, either independently reviewed or audited or compiled. You're going to have to provide export marketing plan, be compliant, company registered under the CIPC. We're going to have to submit your quotations. The Public Finance Management Act normally says you need to provide us with 3 quotations. If you commission agent, we need to see those 3 increments. Same with the export trading house. All those definitions, all that information, ladies and gentlemen, it is available on our website. But as I said, should you have any questions, right at the end, there's going to be my email address and that of my colleague Pumzo. You can drop us a WhatsApp, you can drop us an email. We'll be able to respond to some of your questions or queries, if I may say. These are some of the documents that are required for the primary market research, the PMR. Individual inward bound mission documents that are required. This is the process that I spoke about. The application process, the application process. you attend your event or you do your product registration, whatever the case might be. Once you're done, then it moves to the second process, which is the claim process. So the two processes, yeah. Yes, we try to do the 30-day period that we pay clients, but that's the two process that we get to do. For any queries, general queries with regards to the EMIA applications, export marketing investment and assistance applications in rural participation, this is an email, EMIA contact apps@dtic.gov.za. These are my contact details and that of my colleague, Mr. Pumza Chikijwa. I believe that information will be available once we send you guys the presentation. This is our call center. This is our mail. I'm in our website. Much of the information is available on our website. Thank you. We are based in Pretoria. You can pop up, but we prefer that you make an appointment to come if you are coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngubeni, for your presentation. It was very informative as well. There are a few questions which are popping up in the chat box. You can attend to those whilst we are moving on to the next presentation by Mr. Rendani. Mr. Rendani is an assistant director at the DTIC as well. He's a dedicated public sector professional with extensive experience in economic development and export promotion in South Africa. He began his career at the National Treasury, where he served for 2 years. During this time, he gained valuable experience in public finance management, policy analysis, and government budgeting processes, contributing to the strengthening of fiscal oversight and economic governance. Following his tenure at the National Treasury, he joined the DTIC, where he began serving for the past 15 years. In this role, he has specialized in export development, working to enhance the global competitiveness of South African businesses and facilitate access to the international market. His work has supported exporters across various sectors, contributing to trade expansion and economic growth. He has also played an active role in the implementation and administration of key incentive programs aimed at industrial development and transformation. Notably, he has been involved in initiatives such as the Black Industrialist Scheme, which seeks to promote the participation of Black-owned enterprises in the industrial sector. Through his involvement, he has supported inclusive economic development and contributed to advancing transformation objectives within South Africa's economy. With over 17 years of combined experience in public finance, trade policy, export development, and industrial incentives, he brings deep institutional knowledge, strategic insights, and strong commitment to sustainable economic development. Over to you, Mr. Rendani. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Program Director, colleagues that have presented already, stakeholders that are present today here, senior management from various stakeholders. Thank you so much for really giving me this opportunity this morning to really talk to you as business community in large, more especially in the fresh produce. I believe that there is a hunger and zeal for all the participants in here today to really understand what does it entail to really export and what are the challenges into exporting and how do we solve those particular challenges. And yeah, I'm grateful that I've seen a number of companies that are indeed in the produce of fresh produce across the country that are really participating in this economy. And yet we still have a very huge gap in terms of providing fruits as well as vegetables to the continent and the globe in large. So this chairperson or program director, it really gives me an opportunity to really talk to you about the export development offerings that we offer as the Department of Trade and Industry under the export branch. So my presentation will be quite short because some of the things my colleagues have already agreed on that, although I will touch briefly about that. So I may request that maybe the program director, you move to the next slide. Yeah, just move a bit. Thank you. Yes, as I've indicated earlier that I'm from the Export Development Directorate, wherein we deal mostly with the trade opportunities matchmaking. We also provide export advice and information through the Export Help Desk, which I will touch a little bit later about it. We also give advice on the advice on the incentive and financial support. We have got a program that we call the Global Export Passport Program. We call it a passport program because we believe that once you have attended that particular training, you are now then able to export your product across the globe without any hindrance and without any challenges that can hinder you exporting. We also building the National Exporter Database Project, wherein we believe that each and every person who participated in here today, you have completed the registration form, and that's when we're going to obtain all your information and build this export project. We also have the Export Council Support and Industrial Association unit that deals more with the companies in various sectors. I know in the past there used to be a fresh produce, I believe it's still there, wherein people that are producing fruits, they affiliate or they fall under the Export Council of that particular sector. So the unit is within the Export Development Support and Services. Can we move to the next slide? All right. Program Director, allow me to dwell a little bit on the export process and documentation. I just want to take you through this process so that you understand how does the export process and documentation work. If you look at point number 1, where you identify the foreign buyers, it is within this Department of Trade and Industry, wherein as the DTIC, we do assist you to identify foreign buyers. And how do you identify those foreign buyers? You identify foreign buyers through the trade fairs, the trade mission, market week, in-store promotion, as well as visiting the foreign embassies and referral to overseas. So now, my colleague, Ms. Mashele, she have already indicated that there are a number of national pavilions and missions that we do publicize every year, wherein some they are sector specific, some they are multi-sector. So now it is within that particular national pavilions wherein we identify companies, we assist companies to identify the foreign buyers. Now, after you've identified the foreign buyers, it's then now you need to be able to negotiate for a contract, an export contract. So now we do that during that national pavilions or during that mission, wherein you'll be able to communicate with the buyers when they visit your stand, with the buyers when you have to be meeting with them. Now, some of the buyers may require that you provide them with the samples of your product. Now, you should be able to be in a position to package your sample and send to your buyers so that they are confident that indeed the product that you are exhibiting that you have. Sometimes you may exhibiting the product without the actual product on the pamphlet or on the electronic gadgets. But then now they want to have what we call a look and feel. So then they will require you to ship that particular product, obviously to do that after confirmation of the order. Now, when you're done with that, step number 3, you need to come back home. If the mission was, or the national pavilions was in an international country or in the foreign country, coming back home, you need to come and prepare for the export. Remember, you've already obtained the purchase order, you've already negotiated the contract. So now, as a company, you need to come back and prepare for the export. And when you prepare for that, we expect you to understand how to label your product, the arrangement with the shipping lines, the arrangement with the marine insurance companies, because you will agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that when you export your product, you need to have an insurance, because unforeseen circumstances may happen when you are transiting. When you're moving your product from South Africa to Madagascar, when you're moving your product from South Africa to Kenya or whatsoever in the world, now you need to have that particular insurance, and it has to be an agreement between you as a seller of the fruits and the buyer to say who's going to take care of the insurance from the South African port until to the destiny, from where they receive the product until to their warehouse in the country. So now that agreement needs to be in place. So you need to have that particular agreement. Now, point number 4, the process document and the transport. What mode of transport are you going to use? When we talk of the fruits, we're talking about a very sensitive product that they do not really need to spend a lot of time on the road, on the way. So now the packaging as well, it has to be a specialized packaging so that the product, when they reach the destiny, they're still in good condition. So now such things need also to be discussed in there. You also need to have a certificate of origin from a general certification of origin. You also need to understand the issue of bill of lading and any other documentation. But this you must not worry a lot about, because now as the division or as the branch, we've got what you call a global export passport program training, which is a comprehensive training, which will like majority of you or like all of you to participate in that particular training so that you get an insight information and understand the dynamics of exporting, and you understand the documentation as well. So now, if you look at step number 5, that's when now you are submitting your documentation, you are submitting the way bill, the letters of credit that you obtain from the bank, because the export transaction, it's quite completely different with the local transaction that we do in the country. So there are a number of documents that need to be done, and there's also time frame that letters of credit need to be submitted within 10 working days and whatnot. So now, if you look at step number 6, that's when now you the buyer is paying you with dollars, with euros, with yen, whatsoever the currency may be. But now, if you do not follow step number 1 until step number 5, please forget about step number 6. Then the goods will be on the other side of the country, and you will remain at home without your payment into bank account. But do not worry about anything in this export process documentation, because we're still going to offer you a training, and that training is free of charge. So how we do that training, we work very closely with the provincial stakeholders or the economic development within the province, because we do that particular training throughout the country, but we do it province per province. So as I'm talking to you, some of my colleagues from Northwest, I've seen Ms. Mapumula in here, that we are indeed conducting those particular training in those provinces, and not only in Northwest, but all over the country we're conducting those particular training. And we need companies that are producing even the fruits and vegetables, even the fresh fruits, to train you guys on how to export those particular products. Let's move to the next slide. Right. I mean, somebody may be sitting and say, Rendani, but what are the benefits of exporting while I am trading domestically? Now, just 3 benefits that I've just jotted down is diversifying the export basket into more value-added and manufactured goods and services, develop new market with an emphasis of the 4 or 5 trades agreement that I've listed here. The first one being the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. The second one, it's BRICS, AGOA, EU agreement. So now, those are some of the agreements that we have as a country that we need to trade under this certain agreement. Now, we also, one of the benefits is also to grow the export base through the export training, mentorship, and export information. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, thank you. What are the export intention? Growth, export manufactured service and product and services. It creates an enabling environment internationally, export capacity building and information, market access information, export promotion activities. The next slide. Now, as I've already indicated that there are trade agreement that I want us to talk about. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. What are the important, why do one need to trade under this? It assists the removal of tariffs and non-tariff barriers. It opens the share for export, it trading proximity. The importance of trading under the BRICS, it increases the market share, promote foreign direct investment in partnership with South African companies, promote SA product and services outside the continent as well. The AGOA one, it's a foreign direct investment to SA and supply complementary components, and it also open share market for export. The next slide. All right. We've got about 54, if not 55, African countries signed to be part of Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. Like I indicated, that the benefits of that, it diversify export of manufactured product, increase the continental free trade and investment growth, it broaden economic inclusion and create jobs, increase industrial growth in the continent through the investment, enhance legal certainty and predictability of market access, including opportunities. Okay. The BRICS consist of 10 member states comprising Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Britannia, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Indonesia, and the United Arab Emirates. All these states agreed to increase economic growth, improve cross-border business operation, enhance innovation, and strengthen regional cooperation. You will agree with me, Program Director, that when we started with BRICS, it was only 5 countries, but after Africa hosted a very successful BRICS summit and conference in the past 2 years, we able to increase additional 6, if not 7 countries to be part of the BRICS countries. So I am confident and proud that indeed after the success of that conference, we able to increase other countries, which also broaden the scope and the market for countries or for countries that participate in that particular agreement. So the AGOA gives a country in Sub-Sahara preferential access to the US market, allowing them to export product to the United States, tariff-free, prioritizing the following sectors. So with this one, ladies and gentlemen, you will allow me to really indicate that it was like that, but after not necessarily to the conflict, but after some certain issues between the White House and the Union Building. So some of the things are not as they stand, but however, we still encourage people that since we've renewed to be part of this AGOA trade agreement with the negotiations that are in place, we still want to encourage countries to participate in there. So sectors that were prioritized, that was automotive, agricultural product, which include you guys in the fruits, the chemicals, build boat, capital equipment and allied services, the mining sector as well, metal fabrication and the clothing, textile and footwear, as well as leather. So those are the products that were given preferential access to export into the US. But however, negotiations are still underway. We believe that will restore that particular relationship and able to trade freely there under this AGOA trade agreement. Now, the export capacity building, as I indicated, that we are in the process of capacitating companies that will have to be trained under the Global Export Passport Program. But what we do is that we do what we call an assessment to determine export training needs for a specific company. So now I will share the application form with the webinar organizers so that they can share with the rest of the people that participated in here today, so that you complete that application form and we send it to the relevant officials that deal with the Global Export Passport Program, so that they can also assess your company and identify if there's a need for training. Then you will go for that particular training. Now, the Global Export Passport Program, you've got 3 phases. Phase number 1, which is the introduction to export and the export audit. This training takes about 4 working days, and there is a number of, I think there's 2 service providers in the form of consultant that have been appointed by the export branch to really look after this training, and those are the accredited facilitators that are also approved by SAQA, and they will provide you with this training after you have sent your complete assessment, and there will be a call for application as and when time progresses. Like as I indicated, as I'm talking to you, there are a group of people that are being trained, and those group belongs to various sectors as well. So it will comprise of three phases mentioned in there: market analysis and selection, sales and marketing strategy. Why are we doing that? I mean, you will recall that the competition in terms of trade, South Africa is competing with the globe. So now it is best to equip our company to have more knowledge in sales and marketing strategy, especially in the international market. So the Global Export Passport Program will help you to understand the sales and the marketing strategy. Now, we also have got what you call a mentorship. The mentorship program, it's in the year 2024, the Department of Trade and Industry, together with the GIZ company in Germany, they've entered into a memorandum of understanding wherein the GIZ take almost 60, if not 80 companies per annum from South Africa, from various sectors, to go and being mentored in Germany. They are being mentored in Germany in the form of training, but at the same time, they are also doing market access to Germany as a country in large. So in the past 5 years, from 2019 until 2024, we have taken over 290 companies to Germany, and the sales generated through that particular training and through that market access amounted to almost 90 million rand to date. So the market access information, that is a research platform. We provide the trade statistics, export and export value. We also have a unit that provides the country profile. Why is it important, ladies and gentlemen, to have a country profile? I mean, prior to you exporting to a certain country, you need to understand the political landscape of certain country. You need to understand the size of population. You need to understand the mode of transport and how they do business. So now, I often encourage a lot of people to say, before you could even say, I've identified a country, I'll give an example like Iran. I want to export my product to Iran. You really need to understand the country profile. You really need to understand the political dynamics and the landscape of that particular country. Not only Iran, but most of the countries, you need to have a country profile. I mean, as the DTIC, there are countries that we do not hold any show because of the safety. Some of the countries, it's war every now and then. Some of the countries, the political landscape is not stable, so it's quite risky. We also do our own risk assessment before you take you to that particular country. So now, within the export development, we have got what we call a trade lead unit. The trade lead unit is the unit that is more responsible to dissemination of the trade leads. Why am I mentioning that? As we are talking to you, Chairperson, we have got about 21 officials that are being trained now. And I'm glad to inform you that as of yesterday, they are in KZN under Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone as part of that training. Those 21 officials will be embarking in the journey of becoming the foreign economic representative, which will be, they will be placed in various countries. Obviously, they won't occupy the whole world, but countries that we have got interest in, countries that we have got a good relationship in, we will be placing those foreign economic representative in those particular countries, so that it makes life easy for South African companies when they want to trade with Germany. Their point of contact should be an official from the Department of Trade and Industry, who will also look after the trade affairs of the country and those of the company. Now, why the foreign economic representative, it's quite important to negotiate with them, not necessarily to negotiate them, but to liaise with them before you can even start any transaction in any country. So now, in countries where we do not have the foreign economic representative, we rely mostly in our sister department, the Department of International Relations, DERCO, through their marketing officer and some political attaché that are stationed in there, to say, look, I want to do business with Zimbabwe. Can you please verify if this company is in Zimbabwe is legitimate? Although it is not their entirely responsibility, because they are more responsible for political affairs. And the DTIC officials, they are more responsible for the trade affairs. So now, we do work hands in glove with those departments, with those officials stationed in the embassies, so that they can check for us. Okay? Now, the export promotion and marketing offerings, like I indicated that some of the things I won't dwell much on that, because my two colleagues have already alluded to that, although one was talking about the group mission and the other one was talking about individual mission, but you can see there are more or less the similarities in terms of what they're offering. The difference is that the other one is offering the group, the other one is offering in an individual. So I will omit this for now because it's already been covered. If you can move to the next one. Next slide, please. All right. I recall my colleague was indicating who are the qualifying entities in terms of those national pavilions, the roadshow, and all those things. She also indicated to you what is that they cover. So it's part of my presentation. Normally, I detail that when I do the presentation alone, I should be able to cover the export development part of it in terms of how can we develop you from being a domestic entrepreneur to become an exporter. So I normally put that, but however, for the purpose of this presentation, it's not really gonna add value because my colleagues have already touched on that. So it will be just a waste of time for me to repeat what colleagues have already alluded to. If you can move to the next slide, as I'm about to conclude. Program Director. Yes, the generic document, also my colleagues emphasize about that. Maybe the emphasis that I can put, all this documentation, and I hear a lot of people in gathering of this nature, whether physical or online, they like to indicate that we've been applying to the DTIC, but we are not given an opportunity. I just want to emphasize issues of compliance. You see, if they said to you they need document number 1 until document number 6, and you then decide to give them document number 1, 2, 3, you decide to omit number 4 and you give them 5 and 6. And there are companies that submit all of them. Unfortunately, they'll have to deal with those companies that submitted everything. And if you do not submit these, they find it very easy to eliminate that. Not that it is their gladness and joy to eliminate, but it really makes their life quite easier to say, I mean, we have requested 6 documentation and the other company brought 5 and the other companies brought 6. So they will consider those ones. If you move further. Okay. So yeah, I think this, my colleague already indicated that to say which sectors do qualify for that. And I see it's almost all the sectors in the business, including you guys, the agro-processing, and it also includes mining, automotive, creative industry, electrotechnical, and those who are in services as well. I believe in this platform today, there are people that does not have product, but they do have services that they want to export to the neighboring countries and the globe in large. So you are also included into that. So those are the people that we assist. Can we move to the next slide, please, as I'm about to conclude, Program Director? Right. The collaboration with the stakeholders. I've put this slide here just to indicate that there are a number of people that likes to indicate that, look, we are in this province, but there's no representation of the DTIC. Now, the reason why I put that, I want to put it is that as the DTIC in the National Department, we collaborate with the government. And how we collaborate with the government under the Local Economic Development Directorate or Chief Directorate in the province, from the national level, the provincial level, the metros, and all the municipalities, we do collaboration. So now, there are times where we embark on the roadshow in the form of the export awareness. And we do that with the national government, the provincial government, the metros, and the municipality. We also deal that with the private sector, the Export Council, the financial institution, and the private mentors as well. So those are the relationships that we have. I mean, like today, we are sitting here now with the National Department of Agriculture. And this is a collaboration that we have. And we are saying, the private sectors as well in various space, let's hold hands together and ensure that we conduct this kind of webinars more, especially in the sector specific, so that we address all these issues throughout the country. The relationship that we have with the GIZ institution that is based in Germany. As I'm talking to you, we are in the process of evaluating the interviews they've done for 20 companies that will be embarking in the training for 3 weeks from the 15th, if not the 16th of June, and to be returned in South Africa on the 2nd of July. So now, there was a call for application, and that we do it through our stakeholders, that we do it through our website, that we advertise those call for application to say there is an opportunity for companies in 1, 2, 3, 4 sectors that need training and market access into Germany. And we advise companies to apply. Just to share with you the recent experience that I have in the past 3 weeks. While we were doing the processing, it came to my attention and I was asked to identify companies at least 5 companies, because they were short of 5 companies that can go and participate in there. And I gave an opportunity to companies in various provinces. Guess what? You indicate to a company that we need 1, 2, 3 for documentation. Can you at least send before end of the business day? Some, they will send you an email to say, I can only send after 3 days. And the stakeholders or the counter department on the other side, they are waiting for those companies to conduct an interview so that they can complete with this particular process. Some, they will send you missing information. And at the end of the day, they indicated that they are not being taken care of. So I just want to reiterate with everyone in here, given an opportunity that please submit all the documentation in full. I will urge you to do that, because failure to do that, we are not going to be able to come back to you and say 1, 2, 3, 4 document, it's missing. Because indeed, I mean, if we need 20 companies and 50 companies applied, and only to find out that only 15, they do meet the requirements. The rest, when we request the documentation, they're not bringing them back. It's unfortunate that we need to proceed with those 15 companies or whatsoever, 17, that they are qualifying. So next time when you do that particular call, please, to our stakeholders present in here, make sure that before they submit those applications to the relevant officials at the DTIC, you do check them. So now, I indicated when I present earlier that the export help desk services, it's a physical walk-in center at the DTIC. If you happen to find yourself at the DTIC, next to the knowledge center management, which we call it library, there is an export help desk. When you enter there, you're able to get information with regard to the export advice and information, the market access information, export process and documentation information, the trade lead bulletin that I've indicated that those foreign economic representatives, they will be responsible to give those trade opportunities back in the country, and it will be sent to those who subscribe to the trade lead bulletin. The business confirmation, we do confirm that how to register as an exporter. Obviously, we work with SARS. So under Customs Division, if you go there and you want to become an exporter, you go to your nearest SARS branch and you go to Customs Division. They will assist you in terms of how to register to become an exporter. And it's quite advisable that you register both to become an exporter and the importer. Because I believe my colleague in her presentation, Ms. Mashele, she indicated that when you do those national pavilions show, some of the show are non-selling show. So now, imagine you have exported your product for a show, and now you need to import your very same product back to the country. Now, if you do not have an import certificate, it is quite difficult, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, you cannot bring those products back if you only have one-way certificate. So it's best to have an export certificate and the import registration certificate. For the purpose of that, you may not be in a position to import any raw materials in order to produce your fruits and vegetables. Obviously, you plant them into our own soil. But if you take the product in a show and you feel like your product, you need to bring them back in the country, it is advisable for you to have that particular import certificate. Now, we also link you with the importers, with South African buyers. So there's at the export help desk, there are systems that are being used to identify the importers of product in various countries. We also provide you with the information, the DTI incentive, I already indicated that. The country profile, I've already indicated that. The calendar of event, my colleague, I believe she will share with you once the calendar it's approved, and it will also be shared in our website. The trade statistics, a lot of people before they embark or they engage in the trade, they want to understand the trade statistics. So we do have a unit within the DTIC wherein if you want to know the trade statistics of the product that you are producing, and you want to know how is the export or the trade statistics of the fruits with Malaysia, we are able to give you that in the past financial year, South Africa have exported so much quantities of fruits to Malaysia and the value was this much. However, we rely on our information from the Department of Statistics and SARS as well to give us that, look, we have managed to record the export trade of fruits from South Africa to Malaysia. Not only Malaysia, I'm just giving Malaysia as an example. So if you want to know the trade statistics between South Africa and any other country, you're more than welcome to contact us at the DTIC so that we can give you that particular trade statistics. We'll also give you the value of that. The export publication, we do have the export publication. If you want to do business with Ghana, we do have that profile of doing business with Ghana. The DTI divisional broadsheets, unfortunately, we no longer produce that. But if you want to know about the DTI holistically, you're more than welcome to contact the DTIC so that we can tell you the branches and the divisions that are within the DTIC. Program Director, the participant in large, I think this led me to the end of my presentation, and I am available together with colleagues to give advice and to take questions so that we able to assist each other in this matter. And thank you so much. I'm waiting for questions. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Rendani. That was very insightful and very informative. I think a lot of people have attested to this as well on the chat box. Thank you so much to all the DTIC colleagues with all the presentations. I hope all the participants who have joined us have the questions in hand. I will now allow for a few minutes of Q&A, just so that we can iron out all the questions that we can right now. I'm hoping that the session is going to be very engaging, as this opportunity doesn't come often. And this is where the people who are willing to assist everyone and answer your questions are at the platform and at your disposal. So kindly use this opportunity very well. I am going to now take any questions and answers. I am seeing now from the chat box just one. Whilst we're waiting for more questions to come through, it is from Luntu. It is asking on the trade agreements. South Africa just recently signed the duty-free China-Africa Economic Partnership Agreement. Are there any product exclusions in terms of export duty? Unlike the AGOA, for instance, they are hoping that the China-South Africa agreement would have no exclusions. Any information on that? And then I will then take a question from, apologies, I'm unable to see the participants. So I'm just going to open it up here. There is a question from Mashuru. You can come through, Mashuru. You're the only one with your hand up.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mashudu Silimera. I'm from the Department of Agriculture, Directorate Plant Health. Thank you very much. I think the presentations, all the presentations from DTI were very informative, because it really assists in terms of how to deal with certain issues of trade and market access. I have some comment and some questions, especially to Mr. Manenzhe's presentation. There is one slide which he was explaining more in terms of the process and documentation, which I think it have plus or minus 4 steps on it. I think it is a very important slide from the presentation, because it highlights in terms of what process needs to be followed, what needs to be done. What I did not see, it might be maybe his presentation was more based in a holistic approach in terms of all the other industry, but I will bring maybe to be specific on fruit and vegetables. I did not see where the SPS issues fit on the process, because SPS, for example, it comes as also one of the important factors. And how I can read, what I realize nowadays is sometimes you cannot identify the buyers, you cannot negotiate the contracts if you don't have the requirements, and if you don't have the acceptance of requirements in terms of the SPS. And maybe for future part, especially on the agricultural point of view, in a process, is very important to include that, because when it's there, the public can understand. It may be the exporters or the producers that also the SPS issues becomes more important, as much as the tariffs, the transportation, and all the issues might come in. I'm just wanted to bring that. And also what I want to ask from that is usually in most cases we have a very big challenge in terms of how do you prioritize specific markets, especially from the phytosanitary or the sanitary point of view. How do we come to an extent to say, for example, BRICS market, or let's say it's an all BRICS market coming, India or China coming to you, how do you then prioritize from the analysis point of view, India, as opposed to, for example, China. Those issues sometimes you still find that they are still very important to look at. And I'm also happy that he mentioned the issue of working together, because then when we work together as a department, as industry associations and other relevant stakeholders, then we can be able to deal with such issues. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mashele, for that question. I hope the colleagues, both from the DTIC and Department of Agriculture, have noted this and will be able to assist us. There's a question from colleagues. I'm going to be taking a few questions and then I'm going to be allowing the speakers to answer them. There's one from the Q&A box from Andrew Balter. He is asking, where will the DTIC's National Pavilion list for 2026-27 be released? And then I will take the next hand from Ramajowa Pros, Pty Ltd. I think that's Mike. Apologies if I am butchering your names or your company names. I think that's the only one that we have right now. After that question, we will then allow for answering before taking the next round of questions. You can go through.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tandeka. And good morning. Good morning. Yes, it's still the morning, sorry. To everybody and the latter speakers, presenters, we thank you and very applaud to the presentation and information shared. But mine is a question to Mr. Rendani, just a quick one on the the passport program. Do we have a schedule so that we can prepare ourselves? Because you just mentioned the training in Limpopo. Do we have a schedule of programs that are to come that can be shared so that we can prepare ourselves? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I will now allow for the presenters. I think most of the questions were for you, Rendani, to come through, but colleagues, both Mr. Ngubeni and Ms. Mashele can come through as well.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much, Program Director. Yeah, I think 3 questions, if not 4, they were both directed to me. But let me start with the first one from Lunti, if I'm not mistaken. Lunti indicated that there's a trade agreement between China and South Africa, and how do they get that particular trade agreement? So now, within the DTIC, we've got a branch or a division called International Trade, ITED, International Trade Agreement, that deals with trade agreement from various regions. The Asian desk official, they are the one who can provide us with this trade agreement, because I believe it's still recent, and they can provide that. If you can put your email on the chat box so that I can copy your email, and right away I can communicate with the Asian desk officials, and then they can provide you with that particular trade agreement, right? If I can go to the second question, yeah, Womashudu, the process and documentation slide. You will understand, Mr. Mashudu, that the presentation that we make, it's not entirely made for the agricultural sector. So for me to put the SPS issues, the other one will need mining, the other one will need chemical accreditation and all those things. So my presentation on that slide, it's more holistic in terms of all the sectors. And I'm glad that you do acknowledge that the presentation was covering all the sectors. So can you just imagine if I were to put each and every sector? So I do acknowledge that indeed we're supposed to put the issues in terms of the SPS and the likes. But yeah, my presentation was more holistic in terms of the various sectors. The other question was from Andre. It was on the form of a chat box. Andre requested the list of national pavilions. As of now, we do not have an approved list, but however, the process it's underway. Anytime from now, in the next coming 2-3 weeks, we'll have that. And we just want to acknowledge that indeed we are late because the financial year of the department is starting in the next 2 weeks from the 1st of April. And you will realize that some of the shows they were supposed to take place in as early as May, as early as June. And we will publish that, and we'll also make some improvement in terms of how do we cover those national pavilions and missions that were supposed to take place in the first quarter of the financial year. So the list it's coming. They're just waiting for the approval in terms of the countries. I believe there's quite a number of negotiations that are happening in terms of whether we need to go to those countries and conduct either the mission or the national pavilions. But indeed, the list is coming. With regard to the Global Export Passport Program, the schedule, there is a team that calls Small Exporter Development within my chief directorate, and on this one, they will definitely share the schedule and the calendar of those training in various provinces. So we will share that with the provincial, and we'll also publicize that. So they are also still working on that particular schedule. Once it's been approved, it will be shared in the DTIC website and with the stakeholders as well. I don't know if Ms. Mashele, you really want to add something on the question that we pose, and Mr. Ngubeni as well. I think I will stop here. Yeah.
No, thank you, Rendani. I think you have addressed the issue of the list. So it can be ready anytime from today because it needs to be implemented by 1st of April 2026. I know, as you have mentioned, that it's late now. Imagine for the events that were supposed to happen in April, we were supposed to have the applications by now. But in any case, it means it will move the events that were supposed to happen in April, then it will move to later. And I don't know if it's a pavilion. As you know, pavilion is an international show where we don't have any influence in terms of changing the dates. So it means we will have missed those ones which were sort of proposed to happen in, to happen in April. But as soon as the list is out, we will share it, and please visit our website so that you can also see it for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our presenters. I am unable to see any more questions. The chat box have just been people saying thank you very much and asking for presentations to be shared and for context as well. Outside of that, I cannot see any more hands. Okay, I'm seeing one. If are we having more? Just so that I'm sure that I'm getting everyone before I close off this session. Okay, Mpho, you're the only person who has the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, and good day, everyone. I heard the presenter spoke about due diligence. So I'm interested in this part, especially from the angle of the exporters. I see in Dubai, they've centralized contacts in the chamber. If you want importers or exporters, you can simply check with the chamber. So I wanted to check whether in South Africa, are we moving towards having a database for registered market agents and or companies that can assist the farmers or food processors to execute their export programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mpho, for that. Okay, I'll take now the last question. It is from Poloko Mapula.
Good afternoon. I think you missed my question on the chat box.
I wanted to check
Apologies.
with, okay, I wanted to check with Mr. Rendani if they will be doing the physical shows for the export awareness workshop for the coming financial year, or are they still going to continue the virtual participation that they were intending to do?
Okay. Thank you very much for that round of questions. Speakers, over to you.
Program Director, I think the first question from Mpho with regard to the due diligence, sorry, I kind of like miss, was it a question or was a comment? If that can be rephrased with all due respect, so that when we address that, we need to know whether it's a comment or a question. Can that be rephrased, Mpho?
Can you, in the interim, answer the second question, and then we can request Mpho to come in again?
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Poluko. Maybe to put people in context, Poluko, she's from the Northwest Development Corporation. In the past, prior to COVID, it was mandatory that we need to do a drive show to provinces, and in the province, we need to do at least 3 cities. So now, during the COVID, hence we are in this platform here, a lot of things have changed. We are able to cover a number of people in various provinces through the webinar. That is an online platform wherein we'll have about 154 people gathered in one platform and able to deliver the service. But however, we do acknowledge that there are companies that they are not privileged to have a data to access the webinar throughout the whole day. And some of the people, they get information through the physical contact. So we are in the process, Poluko, to finalize the calendar in terms of which provinces and which cities are we prioritizing to come and conduct the physical export awareness, wherein we will be engaged the exporters face to face. So yes, the answer is yes, we're still going to do that. And we have been doing that. Even yesterday, I was at the city of Johannesburg with the multi-sector companies, wherein we conducted a physical export awareness organized by the local economic development within the city. So we are conducting that. Even in Northwest, we are coming in the next financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think a lot of people were pleased with that answer. Mpho, if you are still around, I think there was some clarity seeking with reference to your question. Can you come through before I let our speaker? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this one is more of a centralized database wherein I can be able to spot the marketing agencies or market agents that are assisting farmers to export commodities to different markets, which makes it easy for farmers to be able to get into business. Because currently what black or the emerging farmers or smallholders are facing is that some of them, they are not even aware as to who's the accredited agents that can be able to assist them to export to Botswana, Zimbabwe, and so on. So I was asking whether from the DTIC side, because I see in Dubai, they've centralized database in the chambers. So are we moving towards any kind of that arrangement in South Africa very soon, which I know we've got chambers in all the 9 provinces and some are national, but is it possible that we can have a centralized database, which I know if I want to export to Saudi Arabia, I can just click on the website, then I can see all the agents or the agencies that are able to assist me in that line. I hope it's clear.
Thank you so much. There is also some assistance from the chat box, I think with reference to more specifically registered market agents. Khaukanani has also shared her email address on the chat box. She is from APAC, which is basically the Agricultural Produce Agents Council of South Africa. So kindly also check that out, but I'll also allow our speakers to also comment on this.
Okay. Ms. Mashele, Kambe, with regard to the agencies, I know at EMIA there are certain requirements that one needs to meet in order to become an agency. It's just that I'm not so sure if we do promote that, or we as the DTIC, we work more with government officials, which are your marketing officer from the DERCO and the foreign economic representative that I am talking about, that we had in the past years, and we are still going to reinstate that services as of 1st of May, if I'm not mistaken, because the training process is being concluded today in a formal site visit in KZN. So I think Ms. Mashele can come in here and indicate if the agencies that they allow to assist client or to sell product on behalf of the client, are they registered? It is something that we can publicly promote to say, yes, we do have agencies. And I understand that agencies, they're also doing business as well. So if maybe Ms. Mashele can come in and indicate if the agency, they have a centralized portal or something, that will really appreciate.
Okay, Rendani, thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have such service. However, what happens if a client, like for instance, we are taking you to an event outside, you can then appoint an agency on your behalf that will be acting on like sourcing out markets or helping you to find business that side. However, for our shows, what do? We utilize our marketing officers as well as our foreign economic representatives, whereby they will be able to identify markets for you and also to assist you. So even after our event, you can still contact them should you require any information. Currently, we don't have that centralized database whereby you can come pull out information with regards to agencies that can assist. However, I'm not so sure if Johannesburg Chamber of Commerce, they might not have such a database, because I know in Gauteng, that's one you can maybe go and check if they can have that information. So basically, we don't have that information. Maybe you can, what you can also do is to contact our export promotion regional managers. Should you want to know more about a particular market, then they will be able to provide you with the information that you want. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you so much to everyone, more specifically our presenters, and for our participants and all the engaging questions that we've had. I think we have quite a long session, longer than we had sort of accounted for. Apologies for this. We will try to catch up in the next segment of our presentations. With that being said, I would like for us to have a quick leg stretch, grab a coffee or some water for about 10 minutes. So potentially if we can come back at about 12 minutes past, oh, sorry, that's too long. 8 minutes past 12. So that we can resume for the next session. The next session will start with the following speaker from Mr. Piet Jager, who is the Chief Executive Officer from the Fresh Produce Exporters Forum. He will be presenting on the fruit industry as a whole and not just FPEF, but I think he will be willing to take questions from FPEF as well. Thereafter, we will have the CGA GDC, who will also present on that part as well. So please do not go anywhere. Just stretch your legs and come back at about 8 minutes past 12. Thank you so much. Good day to everyone. Welcome back. I hope everyone has grabbed some water or a coffee or a quick leg stretch for the next part of our presentation. So there is a bit of a swap around with our presentation. We will be starting with our speaker, Mr. Piet, who is the CEO of basically FPEF. He is the representative body for the South African fresh fruit exporters. In this role, he leads industry engagements on market access, trade policy, port logistics reform, and regulatory matters affecting the competitiveness of South African fresh produce in global markets. He is a chartered accountant by profession and a commercial fruit farmer. Piet brings over 25 years of experience across the agricultural value chain, from farm value production to international market development. His career is uniquely bridges financial expertise, agricultural operations, and sector-level strategy. Before joining FPEF, he served as CEO of Agri-SA Enterprises as the managing director of an agro-input manufacturing company, where he focused on commercialization, governance, and regional expansion. He's also the founder of AfriLogic, a boutique agribusiness advisory firm that has delivered feasibility studies, investment assessments, and agricultural strategy projects across more than a dozen African countries. Early in his career, he was a project leader within the Deloitte Africa Agribusiness Unit, advising multinational companies and financial institutions on agricultural risk management, market entry strategy, and value chain development across Africa. As the CEO, he works closely with industry bodies such as Citrus Growers Association, government departments including agriculture and trade, logistics stakeholders to improve market access conditions and strengthen the export value chain. His focus is on ensuring that South African producers, including new and emerging entrants, are positioned to compete sustainably in international markets. He brings a grounded, practical perspective that connects policy, trade agreements, and logistic realities to the day-to-day decisions facing producers and support officials. Thank you so much, Mr. Piet. You can take it away.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you for such a flattering introduction. Good afternoon. It's now afternoon already to all the colleagues online. I just want to share my screen. If you can confirm that you can see the presentation.
It is visible, just needs to be on presentation mode.
Okay. There we go.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, so as mentioned, I'm the CEO of the Fresh Produce Exporters Forum. I'm presenting actually today on behalf of Fruit South Africa. And Fruit South Africa is a non-profit organization that represents the major commodity organizations in the fruit sector. So our sharing has stopped. Share again.
Apologies for that.
Okay. Can you see the slides? Yep.
Yes, they are visible.
Okay. So the organizations that are represented in Fruit South Africa, or the member organizations, are Berry ZA. They are the blueberry, blackberry, and raspberry commodity organization. Ourselves, FPEF, in short, we represent exporters. We have approximately 130 members, and they are responsible for about 90% of all the fresh produce exported from South Africa. The FPF is also the Fresh Produce Export Council registered with the DTIC. The other members of Fruit South Africa is Hortgrow, which is the Pome and Stone fruit organization. Subtrop, which represents lychees, mangoes, and avocados. SATI is the Table Grape Association, and then Citrus Growers Association, or for all the different citrus types. Fruit South Africa's mission is to basically be an umbrella organization for its members, and they provide advocacy, collaboration, coordination, and information services across some key priorities that the member organizations set for Fruit South Africa. These are transformation, market access, government and stakeholder relations, and then logistics and infrastructure. They also play a big role in terms of information management and communication across the different subsectors of commodities. As such, Fruit South Africa does not actually have farmer members directly. The producer members are in the commodity organizations. Some of our members, for instance, at FPF, are producer exporters, some of the larger producers in the country, where they are large enough to export and handle their own fruit, where the other members are export agencies that export the product on behalf of the growers. Click on, sorry. Okay, so topic today is market access. So what is market access? According to the World Trade Organization, it's the conditions, tariffs, and non-tariff measures that countries have to agree upon for the entry of certain goods into their markets. As you have heard before, this is quite an intricate process, and it can take a number of years for access to be granted. And the components are phytosanitary protocols. So this is actually to prevent the pests and diseases from entering another country. That typically involves a pest risk analysis, where there's quite a large scientific evaluation of the different risk types. And for us in South Africa, it's actually quite pertinent because a lot of the pests and diseases that we have here is not common in the northern hemisphere countries that we export to. So those protocols become actually quite stringent. And then we also have tariff and non-tariff barriers. And we touched on it before about different import duties and the likes, and tariff agreements. There's also things like maximum residual levels that producers have to take into account, and then also all the documentation requirements. And then a big part of being successful depends on the inspection services from the likes of PPCB and the Department of Agriculture. So why is it important? South Africa is an exporter of our fruit, so about 61% is exported of the total production. For certain commodities, that's actually much higher. It can go up to the 80 or 90% mark. And for ourselves, this generates foreign income. The export value is estimated about 80 billion rand a year, and it gives direct employment across the value chain to more than 320,000 workers. So it's quite a big sector for employment, which in our current situation in South Africa is very important. What are some of the objectives that we measure or that we have in terms of our market access? The acronym that we use is GROW. It's grow, retain, and optimize. So we want to expand into new markets because our production is increasing basically every year. We have to find new markets to absorb some of this growth in production. Retain is where we have market access, that we make sure that we can continue trading in that market. And then also optimizing. So where we have market access, that we can make sure through promotional activities that we can actually exploit the full potential of those markets, especially against our competitors. And in in this case, the key stakeholders for us is the government departments of the Department of Agriculture, DTIC and DIRCO. And the industry provides a supporting and guiding role on which markets focused we must be directed at. And these objectives are from Fruit South Africa's point of view, that will guide us for the next 5 years. I must mention that there's a fruit industry value chain roundtable that is a forum where government and industry come together, and that's often where some of the market priorities are determined, and also some of the access issues that we are having trouble with is sorted out. So that's a forum where the different departments are represented, as well as representatives from the different commodity organizations. Okay, our fresh fruit value chain, I believe most of the people online is more on the production side, so farmers and producers. And often your involvement kind of ends once you've picked the product and it goes to a pack house. But for the export chain, you can see it's actually quite a very sophisticated or involved chain of different linkages. And what's important here is that time and temperature are crucial. So that's why it's very important that every part of this value chain actually is optimized and works very efficiently. And a break in any one of those can actually lead to your fruit either being rejected or you have to accept a lower price at the end. Because we're working with a very perishable product, time is very, very important. So this whole chain typically has to take less than 4 weeks, so 28 days to actually get onto the consumer's plate, or at least into the supermarket, so that there's still, say, 5 or 6 days or a week to actually enjoy the fruit. So especially things like grapes and stone fruit is very, very perishable, whereas citrus and apples and pears, for instance, can take a bit of a longer voyage. So it's very important that all these functions are aligned and very efficient. So, and I'll give an example later of how the Middle East disruptions of what the effect they have on the supply chain and on the pockets of our producers. So what are some of the key players in this chain? I mentioned the producer. Plant health and meeting production standards remains your responsibility. It's very important to start off with a good quality product that can actually handle the voyage and be still presentable in the market when it's sold after, say, 4 to 5 weeks. The exporter manages all the commercial, financial, and logistical aspects, and they use a whole host of different logistics handlers, freight forwarders, shipping and clearing agents, the shipping lines themselves. There's transporters, there's insurance, and all these, as I said, have to be aligned to make sure that the product reaches end destination in a very good condition. We also have the PPCB, who verifies the quality of the fruit and make sure that the other protocols are, in terms of marking and so on, for the specific markets are adhered to. That's a very important thing. Nothing can actually leave the country if it's not inspected by the PPCB. And the Department of Agriculture also looks at verifying compliance with export market requirements. This often involves in-field inspections where, for instance, citrus to Europe cannot have black spot. So they actually physically inspect the orchards to make sure that there's no sign of black spot, and then they certify you that you can export to the European Union, who's very strict on it. Which brings me to some of the compliance and standards that we have to take into account. So the production is just the one part, meeting these international standards, which is becoming very, very stringent and actually very costly in some cases to actually comply with. So why is it important? Our reputation is at stake, and it's not just the individual's reputation, it's the country. So we can actually lose our market access in some cases, even if the country is branded as a not a reliable supplier. There's cost implications if you do not comply, because there will be rejections and there will be claims against you. And you will still be responsible for all the charges associated with the export. Traceability is non-negotiable. That's become very, very important. So your production unit code and your packhouse codes are mandatory to do this. And you also have to have in-house systems that can actually trace everything that happened to that fruit back to the orchard or onto the field. If there is an issue in terms of either quality or residues or any other thing. And this ensures that we have long-term sustainability. So especially on the fruit types, it's typically a tree that you plant, and you want to be able to extract value from the tree for decades, not just a couple of years. And as I said before, this is important because markets often suspend countries and not individuals or farmers. So it's important that we all comply and that we all protect the strong brand name that South Africa has actually built up internationally. On farm, certification is, as I said, is becoming more and more stringent, and there's a lot of protocols that you comply with. The most common one is global gap. So that's basically the base that you have to have if you're even considering of exporting. As you can see under the agricultural one, in the agricultural column, there's quite a number of retailers have developed their own standards. So you cannot just have global gap and expect to have to deliver to some of guys like Tesco and Waitrose and Marks and Spencers. And this becomes quite complicated and costly if you have to comply with different protocols for different markets or clients specifically. The pack houses are also, they also have formerly BRC, other food standards, HACCPs that they have to comply with. And then something that's becoming more and more important, especially for the European market, is our social and environmental standards. So CESA is a local entity, and they've developed quite a number of both social and environmental standards that are acceptable to our counterparts overseas. So that's also another compliance issue or compliance thing that you have to tick before you can actually send fruit. There's other social things that are also coming out. And things like carbon emissions and carbon footprint is also becoming a factor, especially to Europe. So what do we export? As I said, about 60% of our fruit is exported. Citrus is the largest by far, also just over 60%, followed by then palm fruit, which is your apples and pears, table grapes, stone fruits, and then the subtropicals and blueberries. Blueberries is one of the fastest growing entities or commodities, but in volumes it's still small, but in value it's quite high. And for interest's sake, South Africa is actually the leading exporter in the Southern Hemisphere for fruit exports, where citrus on its own is the second largest exporter in the world. So we are quite a significant role player on the global stage. Where does our fruit go? We have access to more than 100 countries worldwide that we can market fruit to. As you can see from the map, our traditional partners in the European Union and the United Kingdom still dominate with almost 50% of the total production going into those regions, which makes the other regions becoming, actually more and more important for us, because the European Union, as I said, apart from the stringent requirements that you have to do in terms of compliance, it's also becoming a bit saturated in terms of market growth. So as a focus, we are really looking east towards Asia, even the Middle East, for growth in the new, for the new production that's coming in. Africa is remaining an interesting market, but there are some challenges in terms of physically accessing the market and then some other trade barriers. And America has been mentioned before in terms of AGOA. It's not such a large market for us, but it's actually a very affluent market, so they can take a premium product. I've mentioned the Asian markets where we see growth. And yeah, some of the challenges that I've already mentioned is phytosanitary, technical barriers to trade, and high tariffs, which I'll get to later on. So why Asia? We see that there's a big growth in demand, especially Southeast Asia and China. So countries like China, Thailand, and Vietnam are very interesting for us to pursue. And a lot of our market access and trade missions is aimed towards those countries now. What's also important is that there's a counter-seasonal demand. So what that means is that we are that we can supply into their we can supply into their winter season. So we produce in our summer season and market into their winter season. There is some premium market segments there, and China remains the largest one. And we've recently gained quite a nice access for stone fruit, and we already have access for quite a number of other fruit. It is a difficult market to service, though, because it's so big. So we often actually see that importers that side complain that they cannot source enough product, say, from South Africa, because we simply sometimes do not have enough product for them, which is an interesting problem to have. Okay, what are some of the trade barriers that I mentioned? So if we look at the Asian markets, we're really at a disadvantage in terms of our competitors, specifically Peru and Chile. So out of the table, you'll see that they have quite a number of either free trade agreements or other agreements in place with a lot of our target countries. And that's something that our colleagues at the DTIC is really working hard on to remedy, because I'll show you in the next table that we are, actually adds quite a lot of cost onto our product for the end user, which really affects our competitiveness. So we'd like to see that this table changes in colors quite soon. Here's just an example. So between China and India, which is also our BRICS partners, which is interesting because we're not seeing necessarily all the benefits that we believe we could extract. Things like apples in India is at 50% import duty. Grapes in China is between 40 and 30%. And for the rest, it's really quite high, especially India, which we also see as a potential growth market. And if you compare that to our competing countries who have zero tariffs, then it's really concerning that we cannot necessarily compete on price always, although we can definitely compete on quality. So what are we doing from industry and government side? So as I said, we're looking at the growth strategy. Fruit South Africa often visits the Asian countries now. We have regular market access and marketing visits to them, where we often accompany some of the ministers that goes out. The DTIC's outward missions, we support also the trade shows. We always have continued, as I said before, DIRCO is an important one. So we have continued engagement with the embassies, especially where we have agricultural attachés or trade attachés that we can work with. I've mentioned the fruit industry value chain roundtable, where we have regular meetings for different working groups, one of which is market access. And then I've mentioned trade shows. So the DTIC is the sponsor of the Fruit Logistica in Berlin, which is one of the largest trade shows in the world. We also, as an industry, attend Fruit Logistica Asia, Fruit Attraction Madrid, Fruit India, which is next month, where we man some of the pavilions, the national pavilions, and also stands for exporters specifically who come and negotiate deals or find new business. And then we are also quite involved in terms of giving inputs into how trade agreements are being negotiated. So things like SACU and the preferential trade agreements that are under review right now, the China free trade agreement and things with the trade agreement with India. So there's quite a lot of movement right now, which we're excited about, and we really like to see that happen quickly. I've mentioned some of these already. So on the logistics side, concern is port congestion and delays. We've seen a lot of disruption the last season with especially wind in Cape Town, which has led to fruit being delayed, sending out, missing the windows for marketing, and also coming into the market at a poor quality, or which leads to claims. The compliance costs, as I mentioned, for all these different standards are adding significant cost to the producers and the whole value chain. The sustainability requirements are increasing all the time, which also makes it a compliance thing. We are concerned about the maximum residual levels, which is under review, especially in Europe, where it might come to a stage where you will actually not be able to comply with that because the standards are just being lowered and lowered. Our strict phytosanitary requirements, especially in some of our key markets, the requirements that we have is actually quite higher than some of our competing countries. And then, as I mentioned just before, the lack of trade agreements. So we have had some achievements the last year or so. The first shipment of stone fruit went to China in January. And what was interesting with the China market access for stone fruit, it was actually the first time that a group of commodities within a type was handled at once. So typically with market access, a country will look at a commodity, but specifically within that. So if it's citrus, they'll only look at, say, oranges, then lemons, then whatever follows down the line. But in this case, China has actually taken a stand and looked at the whole stone fruit basket and gave market access to all of them. So we hope that can lead to quicker turnarounds, because as I mentioned, it sometimes takes years to actually negotiate the market access protocols and to open up the markets, and then we still not always able to exploit those markets fully because of the protocols and the trade agreements that actually make it uneconomical. What are opportunities for fruit specifically? We still believe the counter seasonality. So because most of our markets are in the northern hemisphere, it's a good opportunity because then they are not in production there. Reducing the reliance on our traditional EU and UK markets, especially into East Asia and Southeast Asia. Leveraging the new zero tariff and multi-commodity market access applications by China. So we've made mention of that. There's very encouraging public-private partnerships taking place, and innovations in cold chain logistics is actually improving the shelf life of our products, which can make them more competitive and be able to handle disruptions in the supply chain. And then digital traceability is also becoming a big issue or a big development, because as mentioned before, there's quite a lot of documentation that goes with exporting product, and digitizing that just makes it so much easier. So there's no dockets of documents and things to accompany the products. It's actually all digitized. Okay, if we look at what's happening currently in the Middle East, and I'm using this as an example just to illustrate how quickly things can change. So as I mentioned before, the Middle East is quite an important market for us. About 15% of our fruit overall goes into the Middle East, and 20% of our citrus. And it's typically markets that can absorb what we call shoulder sizes or lower grade fruit. That's not your premium market fruit, for instance, like that would go to the EU or to Japan, one of the other markets. So they can absorb fruit that are a bit of a lower price. And what now with the Strait of Hormuz being actually closed, you can see that all the ports in the Persian Gulf is basically inaccessible for us. We have currently more than 1,000. I think there's 1,500 containers in voyage. That means they are on the ocean, and they now have to be diverted to other markets. And it's not as simple as just diverting them. As I said, market access protocols, marking requirements differ between different countries. So, as an example, you can go to Jeddah and drop your product there. Then it has to be shipped at a very high cost, or transported at a very high cost by land to, say, the United Arab Emirates. But Saudi Arabia will not allow product into their country if it doesn't comply with their protocols, even if it's destined for other markets. So apart from the direct cost of the diversion, everything which the shipping lines are now putting on the exporters, there's also the issue of if the product can actually enter that market, and even if it can enter the market, can it find a price? I've heard today, this morning, at a commodity crisis meeting, that a country like Oman has actually ordered, the government has ordered that no increases in food prices can be passed on to the consumer, as a way of protecting food security, which means you cannot pass the additional costs on. And in cases now, it's between $4,000 to $6,000 per container extra, just from the shipping line, to divert the cost and additional costs from the insurance, for instance. So it's really a big thing to consider for the season going forward. So what are the results right now? I mentioned market access requirements is a dilemma for us. Then the limitations in terms of fruit size and absorption. Something that will start happening is because containers are now stuck on vessels or in port, and the ports, as I didn't mention that the other ports are now very congested. So waiting time is much longer than what you'd expect. So there could be an empty container shortage, which is important for us to consider because we're now just at the start of our citrus and palm fruit seasons. And as I mentioned, the shipping costs have gone up extremely high, just in the last 2 weeks. So these short-term disruptions, we can look at operational shutdowns and rerouting, as I mentioned, reefer cargo, and it's not just product going out, it's also product coming in. There will be vessel and cargo disruptions, costs and new surcharges. And these economic ripples will be felt throughout. So we also, from a producer point of view, keep an eye on the diesel price. Again, we're going into season now for harvesting, which is when you spend most of your money on harvesting the product and the logistics of getting it either to the ports or to the markets. So it will have a definite impact on us. Lastly, you can have a look at Fruit SA's website. There's quite a lot of useful statistics that's being published there. And you can also have a look at our FPF site. We have an export directory. So there's mention has been made about a list for agents. So we have an export directory and a membership list on our website. These members must all comply with stringent code of conduct rules, and they have to be registered with APAC. So if you're looking for a reliable or reputable exporter, that's maybe a good place to look. Then we also have the Harvest to Home manual. That's a exporter manual that we use in our training programs for as induction for our members and the employees. It's a very good oversight of exactly what's involved in the harvesting, from harvesting to the end consumer. And there's also a step-by-step export manual that was produced in conjunction with the Department of Agriculture that we are busy updating now. So there's quite a number of resources available. And if you want to get more information from the individual grower organizations, you're welcome to visit their websites. I haven't listed them, but you can just Google them and you should be able to get quite a lot of information from them directly. And that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Piet, for that insightful presentation. And thank you so much even for talking more about what's happening currently with the, I'm not even sure if we should call it a war just as yet, but what's happening in the Iranian and the Strait, the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you so much, so that everyone can understand what the impact is and what could the potential impacts be. I think just part of that could be, we forget that another impact could be on the input costs that will be mostly affected. With that being said,
that's correct, and I think just in a closing, some of the commodity organizations and the producers are already talking about mitigating the impact, because it's not just a case of sending your fruit elsewhere, as I mentioned. Even if they take it, the market might not be able to absorb that. Plus, it will then put price pressure on your other markets. So there's going to be a couple of hard choices that have to be made, where you might have to sacrifice some of your production for certain markets in order to protect the other markets. And that's, hopefully, if it's not protracted, then we don't get to that. But that's already the direction that some of the producers that we speak to have indicated.
Right. No, thank you so much for that. I will be taking a few questions because after your presentation, you're supposed to have a Q&A. There is about 3 that I have noted so far. 2 are from Andrew. He is asking about any updates on the market access negotiations for blueberries with PR China. And another one is, you haven't said much about the African market for fruits. What are the dynamics here? And has or will the AfCFTA have an impact here? And then another question that I did note was basically on understanding whether it is sustainable market access for pomegranate producers, particularly in South Africa, the established exports or local value chains that small to medium scale farmers can realistically tap into, and what are the key requirements to enter those markets?
Okay, I will try and answer as best as I can. The blueberries in China is in process. We'll probably get an update in the next month or so in terms of how far they are. As I said, sometimes it can take quite a number of years even to get it through. I think if I recall correctly, it's close according to them. I think there's some inspections that's still required. So typically the importing country will send inspectors to us to see that the protocols are actually adhered to and are applied on a farming level, where after they then sign that off, and then they carry on with the process. So I think it's in process. I'm not specifically sure, and timelines are very difficult to give in that regard. The African market, yes, I've only touched on it. Basically, it's for apples and pears, I think, and even citrus. It's a significant market. I think the big issue is often around the cold chains. As I mentioned before, it's quite important, especially for something like, say, stone fruit and grapes, not to break the cold chain. So you have to have integrity of the container. It has to be plugged in the refrigeration unit must run all the time. Otherwise, the quality is poor. So often it's more of the market is there, but the infrastructure is not necessarily there in some of our African trading partners countries to handle that product. So that limits it, because then obviously, you don't want to put your product at risk. But it is definitely something to consider. I think it is underutilized. And yes, definitely the African Free Trade Agreement should make it easier. As I said, that's part of the larger packet of trade agreements that we'd really like to see expedited, to unblock one of the factors that are making us uncompetitive. And then on pomegranates, it's not a huge market. It is on the radar. I think the requirements will always be quality and consistency of supply, and then making sure that you actually comply with some of these standards. I believe there is a pomegranate association, so we're not directly affiliated with them, but we can just have a look into that and see what the current issues are and where they are looking for market access. I think it's one of those niche markets. Growing up, I remember everyone had a pomegranate tree in their yards, but it's making a big comeback was one of the super fruits, I think. So there's definitely interest, but it is a bit of a niche still. I would exploit local opportunities first. That would be my advice to any producer. I was a producer myself, and you always start. Your end goal is the export side, but you have to start off with being able to comply with everything locally, and then you build up towards being for the export market, because the compliance is such a big part of it that it's really difficult as a start out or a new entrant farmer to actually comply with all the requirements that's required of you. So if you can graduate from, say, supplying the fresh produce market, then having offtake agreements with Shoprite or Woolies or one of those guys, and you have to comply to their standards, that's on par with export standards. And then it'll be easy to ramp up and start exporting fruit. But there's quite a lot of risk involved. And yeah, the cost of compliance is actually very, very difficult to make it. So I would take those things into consideration.
Thank you so much. I think the last question would be who can participate in the multi-stakeholder forum? Is the membership open? And then just to everyone else who is interested in the presentations that we've had today, they are going to be shared with everyone. That's the last one, Piet, from the floor, and then we'll be moving on to the next presenter.
Yeah, so I think he's referring Patrick. I think it's Patrick asking the question. He's referring, Phumzile. Sorry, Phumzile. The fresh fruit industry value chain roundtable is between organized agriculture and government departments. So it's not for individual farmers. So I would, if you want to get involved, please join your local farming, or your commodity organization, and through them you will get representation on these different forums. It's difficult to have individuals always on individual farmers, involve them, but it's important that we have their voice heard and get their involvement. So at this stage, it's the commodity organizations organized through Fruit SA, and then the government departments that are participating on those forums.
Thank you so much for that. And for any more questions, they will be in touch with you. I hope everyone has taken your contact, but feel free to also still continue asking questions in the chat box. I will now be moving on to our next presenter. Her name is Ms. Princess Mogale. She is a data and insights professional with over 10 years of experience in analytics, research, and strategic insights across the agricultural and development sectors. Her work focuses on translating complex data into actionable strategies that support industry growth, market development, and informed decision-making. Princess has extensive experience in analyzing agricultural market production and trends and value chain dynamics, with a particular interest in using data to strengthen producer development and improve market access. She has worked closely with industry stakeholders, contributing to projects that support sustainability, agricultural development, and evidence-based policy and strategy. She will be giving a presentation from CGA GDC and speaking on the current successes with incorporating emerging farmers in the export value chain. Thank you so much. Please take it away, Ms. Princess.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you for this opportunity to share some of the work that we do. I am going to share my presentation. Thank you. My presentation will be focused on the successes with incorporating emerging farmers in the export value chain. Taking from Piet's presentation, who was our previous speaker, he touched quite extensively on the participation or the performance of the South African fresh produce industry in the export market. And so I'm not going to dwell much on that, but I just wanted to highlight on performance and how the citrus industry fits into it. On my next slide, you will see that the South African citrus industry is currently the highest participant. I think we saw on Piet's slide is about way over 50%. And last year we contributed about 193 million cartons, which translates to 44.84 billion rands. And I'm going to then speak on how our black growers or emerging growers are being supported and with the programs that we have in-house to encourage and support their participation in this export industry. Colleagues, I'm not sure if you are able to see on your end. Oh, there we go. I got frozen there for a little bit. So South Africa is the 9th global producer in terms of citrus. However, we are number 2 when it comes to export. So we are quite a big role player internationally. And then from the CGA GDC side, we use a number, or we have a number of programs rather, that we use to support the growth and development of our emerging growers. So we focus mainly on the data that we've got, and we've got baseline data so that we use our data and insight to develop individualized development plans for each entity so that we can then see which programs would best fit their entities and their farms. So we try to stay away from using a blanket approach, but when you use individualized plans, then you're able to give the farm specific attention on the areas that they need attention on. So we've got the Enterprise Development Program, which is a grant that is funded by the levies that are derived from exports. And then this grant is dispersed on an annual basis to farmers in the citrus industry that need assistance with development, and it funds a whole range of items from production inputs to harvesting costs and the expansion of their entities. We also have other funding mechanisms such as blended finance structures, where we work with various stakeholders from the Land Bank and the Department of Agriculture, as well as commercial banks, to try and assist our growers to have better access to finance, where we would look at other grant opportunities to help with gearing and provide them as some sort of equity for our growers, so that their application and business plans look a little bit more appealing towards possible funders. And we also look at any other additional funding. It may be from international investors or any other stakeholders within the fresh produce industry that are looking towards giving back or investing within the fresh produce industry, particularly in citrus. We provide our growers with non-financial support in the form of, it could be business plan development, it could be in the form of identifying areas that need development, such as training or, market access workshops, wherever the need may be. We will give them support in that regard and link them with the necessary stakeholders. And then some of the other programs that we have that are derived then from all of the 4 programs that I mentioned are technical support, business support, and compliance support. So growers will receive assistance, be it that we will pay for their compliance or their global gap, whatever the need may be. We've got such programs in-house. So the purpose of our analysis of data for our growers and how they perform, it is to be able to understand their market distribution and identify what our leading commodities are and provide strategic insights for them. So this then helps us when we assess the industry as a whole, to look at areas of concern that need us to invest more in. And we have seen that over the years, we have seen an increase in the total export volumes by our black growers. So during the 2025 year, we were able to record at about 8.4 million cartons by black growers. And this is a record number over, I think, the past 5 years, compared to 6.3 in 2024 and 6.1 in 2023. So this includes multiple citrus commodities, and they are distributed across all global markets, and they are produced within the various regions in South Africa. And the export volumes are destined for the markets that we see over here that I've displayed. And as we see, the European market remains dominant in terms of exports, and they are about 3.3 million, which is almost double what we send to the Middle East. And we are continuously working hard to ensure that our black growers are also able to gain more access, and we can increase these numbers into the international markets. And we have a breakdown per commodity. This is mainly for our black growers, where lemons at the moment, they are the single highest commodity that is being exported, followed by mandarins, then oranges and grapefruits. In terms of the breakdown of where our black growers are producing their export citrus, we have our figures from Orange River, Western Cape, Eastern Cape, and the Eastern Cape is the biggest contributor as it stands for black growers, and with the single biggest contributor having produced 1.2 million cartons in 2025 from the Sanders River Valley. And our key takeaway is that Europe remains the core export market, and lemons and soft citrus, they drive the industry growth. And Eastern Cape is central to export supply, and our strategy is to diversify markets that could reduce export risks and strengthen resilience. So what we see then when it comes to the barriers that we are seeing or that we are experiencing currently is that there are some agreements within Africa which was established in 2025, and then we do have access into the European markets, and we are looking at possible agreements with within the Middle East, and to prioritize partial sectoral agreements, and while we advance our agricultural sector. At the moment, we have about 12 agreements that are in place that now enable our growers to have access to those markets. We have also noticed that Australia has access to all those markets in the Middle East. About 21 agreements are in place. So we want to try and emulate what they have so that we can distribute a lot more citrus for our black growers. And some of these points that I'm sharing now, Piet actually discussed quite extensively, so hence I'm just going through them quite fast. Thank you, colleagues. I will be open to taking questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mogale, for your presentation. It was short and sweet. Just like citrus, I guess.
Yes.
So if there is any questions from the floor, I know that a lot of the presentations, as she has covered, some of it was covered by, of course, Piet. I think that is why then we were like, let's start with the fruits and then factor in citrus afterwards so that it flows well. Are there any questions from the floor? No takers. Okay. I think you are clear and everyone understood your presentation. Okay. There's one question from Andiswa. Andiswa, I do see your hand. You can come through. Are you able to hear me? Should I unmute you?
Yes, I'm unmuted. Yeah. Thank you. Just a clarity-seeking question in terms of the volume that was presented by Princess, the 8.48 million exported. Was that 8.4 solely for the black and emerging growers? Because I think one of their publications, they indicated that close to 204 million cartons were exported by the citrus industry. So does this mean only 8.42 was from the black producers?
Yes, and this was the 8.48 million cartons was solely from the black and emerging producers. And so out of the 204 million cartons that we have, the industry has produced and exported, 8.48 million of that comes from black growers.
Oh, thank you. In terms of improvement, was there improvement in terms of the quantity of these black growers from the previous season, and how much improvement was there?
So the improvement was in terms of the cartons that were exported. The improvement was from 6.3 million cartons in 2024 to 8.48 million in 2025. So there's been an improvement of just over 2.1 million cartons.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you for the questions that were posed to our presenters. Thank you so much for those presentations. I think we have covered the industry side of things. We are now going to be moving on to our next speaker, who is Mr. Khaukanani from the Department of Agriculture. He is a Senior Technical Information Officer. He is a registered professional natural scientist, working as a senior technical information officer at the National Department of Agriculture, Directorate Food Import and Export Standards, Subdirectorate Biosecurity Promotions and Awareness, Plant Health Promotions Division. He has over 12 years of working experience in the agricultural sector, mainly focused on the interpretation and administration of relevant legislation, scientific research, advisory service, policy formulation and evaluation, capacity building and training on phytosanitary matters. He boasts an in-depth knowledge and understanding of international agreements, treaties on agriculture and related matters, such as the World Trade Organization agreements on application of sanitary and phytosanitary measures, and the International Plant Protection Convention. He holds a BSc Agricultural Honours degree from the University of South Africa with a specialization in plant science and a Bachelor of Agriculture degree from the University of Venda with majors in plant pathology, agricultural ethnology, and horticulture. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good afternoon to everyone who is in attendance today. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
All right, let me share my presentation in the meantime. Thank you very much, Chair, for that introductory introduction. And thank you very much also to the organizers of this engagement session, which I think came at a very important time when we're approaching our export season for citrus and palm fruits. So looking at the fact that we are also pressed in time, Chair, let me get on to the business of today. So my presentation will focus on plant health standards relative to international trade in fresh fruits. So just to give a brief outline of my presentation, Chair, I will talk about the background, just to give a brief background on plant health issues in relation to the risks that are associated with the movement of plants at an international level and national level as well. And then I'll also talk to the organizational structure, both at national and international, which I think will be very important for this engagement session for our stakeholders to know and see who to contact, should they have information or should they require information in relation to plant health standards. And then obviously I'll talk to the legislative frameworks, which are our primary legislation governing these issues in relation to plant health. And then the business of today, which is our key international standards relevant for export. So I will be talking about those international standards that are relevant to export of fresh fruits and vegetable, of course. There are so many of them, but for the purpose of this presentation, Chair, I've just picked just a few that are relevant to this session of today. And then I also touched on the example of critical fruit pests of concern, which I think also my colleague Piet also touched on some of them, which are posing a serious risk when we have to comply now with the requirements of our exporting countries. And then also I'll touch on the role of farmers, importers, and exporters in general in plant health matters, because when it comes to plant health matters, Chair, it is not only the responsibility of government, but it is the responsibility of everyone who's involved in that value chain to ensure that we comply with these requirements or protocol to maintain our international markets, because if we do not comply with them, Chair, we run the risk of losing these international markets, which are very key for our growers in the country. And then I will conclude my presentation, Chair, just to give key facts in the phytosanitary environment as a take-away home message, Chair. Just as a background, Chair, and I think this point has been emphasized quite a number of times by our previous speaker, and more especially Piet from the Fruit Producers Forum. We know that as a country, we are part of this global village because we are actively involved when it comes to the trade or the import and export of agricultural products. Because of our international affiliation or membership to these international agreements, we are finding ourselves now with the opportunity to even access many different international markets, of which many of them were highlighted by our previous speaker, Mr. Piet, when he showed in his slide of export markets. He indicated a lot of export markets that are available for our growers to send their produce to. And then, unfortunately, with that international movement of agricultural products or plant products share, we are finding ourselves now having the risks of dealing with the introduction of pests and diseases that pose a serious threat not only to production but also to our country. So it is important that we comply with the prescribed measures as prescribed by government, because they are there to safeguard the industry and also help us to improve. So this is the organizational structure, Chair, at an international level. We know that we've got the umbrella body, which is the World Trade Organization, in short called the WTO. And under that umbrella body, we've got various agreements, one of them which is the World Trade Organization Agreement on the application of sanitary and phytosanitary measures, which in short we call it the WTO SPS agreement. So under that WTO SPS agreement, Chair, we've got various international standard setting bodies, which are then responsible for making sure that as a country we do comply with these international obligations. For the purpose of this presentation of today, because we'll be talking to international matters in relation to plant health, our focus will be on the International Plant Protection Convention, which is the IPP in short, which is responsible for the development of international standards for phytosanitary measures, which in short we call them ISPMs. So this is the structure that helps us as a country to make sure that we comply with those global international standards, because we align our regulatory frameworks with the standard as set out by this International Plant Protection Convention. The other two, which is the Codex Alimentarius Commission, Chair, only deals with issues in food safety. I'm not going to talk much about that one because it falls under the mandate of another unit within the department. And then obviously also the World Organization on Animal Health, which deals with issues on animal health. That's where your issues around FMD are discussed at an international level. So for the purpose of this presentation, I'm not sure if my slides are moving, Chair, because it seems like I'm stuck from my side.
We are still on the organogram
of the international structure, eh?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm trying to scroll down here to the next slide, but it seems like my computer just jammed there for a moment. You know how it is when it comes to technology.
Would you like to just stop sharing and try sharing again?
Let me try that. Yes. Now that we are back online, thank you very much for that advice. Now, moving at an organizational structure at the national level, mind you, the organizational structure at a national level, it also has an obligation to those international treaties that I was referring to in my previous slide. So because of our membership in those international agreements, we are also mandated to also establish structures nationally that will oversee issues in relation to plant health. And that structure is seated at the National Department of Agriculture. The structure is called the National Plant Protection Organization of South Africa, which we, in short, we call it the NPPO-ZA. So the mandate of this structure, Chair, is to manage the risks associated with the movement of plants and plant products, both nationally and internationally. The structure in itself is comprised of 3 directorates within the department, with each directorate having its own specific responsibilities in relation to plant health. Number one, very important, we've got our Directorate Plant Health, which is responsible for the development of policies and legislations in relation to plant health. They are also responsible for conducting pest risk analysis before we can allow any import or export of plants and plant products. They are also responsible for market access negotiations. One of my colleagues earlier on, Mr. Mashele, even came in and asked the question in relation to SPS. You can see how passionate he is about SPS issues. He's one of our technical experts within the directorate, who is responsible for negotiating export protocols to allow our produce to move to our international markets. Not so long ago, Chair, around about in February, you saw the news that we've got a new market of table grapes to South Korea. it was the responsibility of Mr. Msimera under the leadership of Mr. Jan Hendrik Venter, who were responsible to negotiate that market for us. Not only that market, we've got many of them which were also highlighted there by Mr. Piet, mind you, Mr. Mashudu and his team under the leadership of Mr. Jan Hendrik Venter are the ones who have been responsible in ensuring that we do have access to those international markets. Another unit is our Directorate Inspection Service. I call them our law enforcement agencies, this one, because they are responsible for ensuring that compliance with the protocols that have been prescribed is adhered to. So they are also responsible for the issuance of the phytosanitary certificate, which we'll also talk to in my slides that are to come. And then lastly, we've got the Directorate Food Import and Export Standards, which is the directorate where I come from, which is our information management and communication unit. You know, for any organization to function well and optimally, it needs to have its own information management and communication unit to make sure that all issues in relation to plant health are communicated effectively and efficiently in a manner that will be acceptable by our stakeholders. So the unit Food Import and Export Standard is also responsible for conducting awareness and trainings on phytosanitary matters chain. If there is anyone in attendance today who might require information or trainings on issues in relation to phytosanitary matters, they are more than welcome to give us a call or send us an email. We'll see to it that that training is conducted efficiently, so that at the end of the day, they do have information that is required for them to also prosper in this export program. Our legislative frameworks, where we get our mandate at a national level. Currently, we are using the act called the Agricultural Pest Act, number 36 of 1983, which assists us to manage the risks associated with the movement of plants and plant products and other articles to ensure that we conduct this trade safely. So, as you can see, the act is already old. Currently, we are in the process of repealing this act. Just last year, I think, yes, the president approved the new legislation that will be taken over from this Agricultural Pest Act to make sure that issues in relation to phytosanitary risks are managed efficiently and effectively. The new act will be called the New Plant Health Phytosanitary Act. Currently, we are in the process of approving, finalizing the regulations that will then have to be implemented. Very soon, we'll be engaging in our provincial engagement with our stakeholders to ensure that at least these regulations are consulted widely before they can be promulgated. And the other one, which is very critical as well, is the Agricultural Product Standards Act, which controls the sale of export. I'm not going to talk much, like as you can see there, I've highlighted it in red, that this one is also a mandate of another unit within the department. If there is any information, or if there is any query or questions in relation to this act, I'll be happy to take those questions and refer them to the relevant people who I think will be in a better position to assist our clients in that regard, because they've got the mandate to administer this act, which is the Agricultural Product Standard Act. Our business of today, our international standards, which are very key for the purpose of this presentation of today. Number one, which we cannot run away from, which I think it's a question that was also coming from Mr. Msimera in his question when he talks to SPS issue, the issuance of the phytosanitary certificate. Very important, because no consignment can leave the shores of our country without this valid certificate. Now, for one to even get this certificate, it must be noted that one must have a valid import permit from the importing country, because that's where we get the requirements as to what is it that we must comply with as a country and what is it that we must declare on that phytosanitary certificate to allow your consignment to even leave the shores of our country. And it can be issued within a specific time frames. In some instances, it can be required that it is issued within 14 days before shipment. And then the international guidelines that we get the mandate from or the guidelines for the issuance of this certificate, we get it from the International Standard for Phytosanitary Measure number 7, which is ISPM number 7. So because now looking at issues around the green economy and everything in relation to that, and the issues are also on climate change, we are moving away from the hard copy issue. Currently now, for one to even get this phytosanitary certificate, they have to apply it online. The link is there. And then hopefully, because presentation will be shared thereafter, colleagues will then be able to even access the link and see for themselves on how they can navigate that website on how they should register, because it also gives information on issues in relation to inspection, on what kind of inspection will be needed for that consignment to be shipped to another country chain. And then number 2, which is very important as well, is the pest-free areas and risk management issues, which I know for a fact that countries often require fruits to come from areas with which are certified to be low pest prevalence or pest-free areas. These include your orchards, your production sites, and pack houses. And the guidelines for all this process to be conducted is we get it from ISPM's number 2, 4, 10, 11, 14, and 35. For number 2 now is the guidelines for pest risk analysis, which I think Mr. Piet also touched a bit on it. So this gives us an idea whether an area can be certified to be pest-free or low pest prevalence. So it is done after this process has been conducted, which is our pest risk analysis. And then number 4 is the requirements for the establishment of these pest-free areas, because there are requirements that have to be complied with for us to even certify that the area is certified to be pest-free. Number 10 deals with issues for the requirements for the establishment of pest-free places of production, like your orchard. And number 11 also deals with now a pest risk analysis for quarantine pests, those critical pests that we'll talk to when we go to the next slide. Number 14, the use of integrated measures in a systems approach for a PRA management or a pest risk management. Now, when we talk of a system approach, we are talking of multiple independent authorized measures, Chair, which are designed to manage the risks, ensuring that if one measure fails, the others will then have to take over from the one that has failed. Orchard sanitation, very important. I always preach this one to my farmers when we have to conduct trainings, because it is one of those critical elements that we cannot run away from, and management, because protocols require strict sanitation, whereby orchard must have that strict sanitation program. We do not allow farmers to just leave fruits to drop on the ground and leave them there for a prolonged period of time, because that creates a breeding ground for quarantine pests to establish, and that is something that we do not want. So those dropped fruits must be removed as soon as they drop to the ground, so that at least your orchard will remain clean. So when we talk to orchard sanitation, we're not talking about sewer issues here. We are talking about orchard sanitation to make sure that your orchard remains clean at all times. And then ISPM number 35 deals now with a system approach to deal with fruit flies. It gives guidelines to our farmers to make sure that at least they are aware what are the requirements or what are the measures that they can comply with in order to implement this systems approach to control fruit flies. It seems like my computer is taking me down to the chat. I don't know what could be the problem. Okay. My apologies, Chair, for that, because it seems like my computer is jamming today. I don't know what could be the problem, because I was flowing very nicely, so but then all of a sudden my computer is giving me this attitude.
Can we perhaps present
Yes, now we
on your
yeah,
behalf?
we're moving now.
Okay.
No, Chair, don't worry, I'm almost done. My presentation is not that long, just a few slides that I'm left with. This one, and then I think 3 of them will be left, then we are done. Just to conclude on the international standards for plant health now, the treatment protocols, which are also very important as well, because it deals with issues of cold treatment, irradiation, chemical control, which are dealt with in terms of ISPM number 28, number 42, and number 43, with 28 dealing with phytosanitary treatments for regulated pests, and then 42 deals with the implementation of temperature as a measure for phytosanitary control, and then also the use of fumigation, which is dealt with under ISPM number 43. Inspection and traceability, very important as well. A responsibility that is done by our law enforcement directorate inspection, ensuring that these fruits are complying with the protocols as prescribed. And then the orchards that are even exporting these fruits are registered in terms of the guidelines as prescribed by these protocols. The relevant ISPMs is number 23 and 31, with 31 giving the methodologies of how sampling should be conducted, and 23 giving the guidelines of how inspections should be conducted. And the packaging hygiene, obviously, very critical, which is also the responsibility of another unit in terms of food safety and quality. It also deals with issues in relation to that. But for wood packaging material, which we know for a fact that they accompany most of our consignment that are leaving the shores of the country, they must comply with ISPN number 15 to ensure that they do not spread any pest of concern from our country to the exporting to other importing countries. Some of the critical pests of concern, which I think they are also relevant for this presentation, very important, is the Bactropsera dorsalis, the fruit fly, which is present in some parts of South Africa, and it's very serious because our growers now have to comply with stringent phytosanitary measures to make sure that they comply with export protocols of our importing countries. The FCM, false coding moth, which is also one of those critical pests of concern. It's present in South Africa. Even Mr. Piet can tell you about this one, which requires our growers or even our logistics company to make sure that the fruits that are transported or the containers that are going to be used to transport these fruits comply with specific temperature requirements to ensure that at least the fruit gets to the other side of the world without any problems. The citrus black spot, one in our thorn, is very important for the EU market, which requires our growers to comply. Banana bunchy top, fortunately, this one is only present in a few districts in Ugu district of KwaZulu-Natal. And currently, with the measures that are in place, we are able to at least minimize its spread. It's currently contained in the Ugu district of South Africa. The Panama disease not yet present, but I think it should be important that we also talk about this one because it's one of those diseases, if we can allow it to be introduced into our country, has the potential to wipe out the entire plantation of bananas, and that is something that we do not want. Similar to citrus greening disease, the Asian strain, which is not yet present in South Africa, the Asian strain, it's one of those critical pests of concern that if we allow them to be introduced in our country, our orchards are in jeopardy. Not only our orchards, but also food security and job creation as well. The polyphagous short borer, which is present in some parts of the country, and a serious pest for concern for avocado growers. The role of farmers, importers, and exporters, which I think it's very important that we also talk to this slide. Surveillance and reporting, because we know that as government, we cannot be always everywhere, we cannot be everywhere. We need the support of our growers, we need the support of our importers, we need the support of our exporters to report any suspected cases of diseases or pests so that at least we can make sure that early detection measures are in place to make sure that we eradicate or control that particular pest. Adherence to protocols, which I think is very key. Even Mr. Piet also touched a lot on the adherence to protocols, because if we do not comply with these protocols, we run the risk of losing the markets that have taken years to negotiate. It only takes a few non-compliant consignments to close the market. But if we adhere to these protocols as prescribed, at least we'll be in a better position to maintain our international markets. Knowledge and awareness, which is why we are here today, very important. We encourage our growers, or our importers, exporters, or everyone involved in this value chain of import and export to participate in our meetings and trainings to learn about these phytosanitary risks and best practices, share information and knowledge with our neighbors to share to foster that collaborative understanding and responsibility when it comes to compliance chain. Collaboration and feedback, which also talks to knowledge and awareness, We encourage everyone to participate in discussions with the authorities as regulators, because that's where we get more information on how we should be able to deal with issues in relation to plant health, because plant health biosecurity share are very important, and it is the responsibility of farmers and everyone involved in the value chain to make sure that we comply with these measures. The key facts, Chair, just to conclude my presentation, we know that the international trade is the spine of many national economies, including South Africa. It creates jobs, making food available, and strengthen our global cooperation. But unfortunately, through that faster international movement of plants, pests are also finding it easier to be introduced into new territories. And these issues are also even exacerbated by issues around climate change, because even pests that normally do not care in one area, but because of changes in the climate, they are finding it easy to even adapt to new changes in the environment and establish in that area, which is something that we do not want. Plant pests and diseases cause an economic loss share of about 220 billion annually. You can just see the amount due to the pest and disease. Not only do they affect the economic value of the product, but remember, these things also affect what needs to be our food. So if we allow them to spread and establish or flourish, we are run the risk of dealing with issues around food security chain. More than 240 million containers are shipped between countries carrying different kinds of goods, be it your plants and plant products with fresh fruits and vegetables. And these containers can carry pests in the form of seeds, snails, slugs, soil spiders, and they can pose a biosecurity risk on their exterior and exterior. Therefore, as the only international convention responsible for plant health, the IPP adopt these international standards for phytosanitary measures, which play an essential role in harmonizing how, as countries, we can manage the international trade of plants and plant products, promoting global cooperation and trade facilitation chain. So for more information, or for anyone who might need information in relation to what I was presenting, these are the relevant people who can be contacted. Chair, myself there included at the top. My colleague, Mr. Kenima also can be contacted. Our supervisor, Dr. Rendani, is also one of the people that played a very pivotal role when it comes to the development of this presentation, Chair. And thank you very much, Chair, for affording me this opportunity to also come and share this information on plant health matters, which are often overlooked in many instances because people are only focusing on profit. They only think of phytosanitary issues at a later stage now when they have to comply with these documents. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much for that insightful presentation as well, especially being the last one, or calling it the last shift of today must have been very difficult. And thank you, though. I think you were quite efficient with it and saved us a little bit of time. I'm now opening the floor for some questions and answers, so that we can engage basically Mr. Khaukanani if there's any questions with reference to his presentation. It's either people are hungry as it is lunchtime, or your presentation was very clear and to the point. And I think I'll take the latter, as it was very clear and to the point, and everyone understood specifically what you were talking about and some of the issues that you spoke to. And basically, thank you for sharing your contact details as well. As I'm unable to see any questions for answers to be provided, please continue to feel free to kindly continue with the questions in the chat box. And Mr. Khaukanani, can you kindly share your contact details as well, once again, even if it's in the chat box, for the guys who did miss it from your presentation, so that they are able to take it from there as well. Again, please kindly note that all the presentations that we shared here today are going to be shared with everyone who registered for this webinar, those who were with us from the morning up until now, and those who joined us a bit later. But thank you so much to everyone. I would now like to take it to Mr. Matume Maila, who is going to be giving us the closing remarks. But before he comes through, I would like to just thank each and every one of you for availing yourselves for the day, in actual fact, from the morning up until now, and for allowing me to take you through up until now. Mr. Matume, please come through. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. Can you kindly confirm if I am audible?
Yes, look at me. I haven't even introduced you. That's the problem with being colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Matume is our senior agricultural economist at the National Agricultural Marketing Council. Prior to joining the NAMC, he served as a researcher in the Equitable Education and Economics units in the Human Science Research Council from August 2019 to March 2024. He holds a Master's of Science degree in Agricultural Economics and is completing his PhD in the same field. His research work has focused on developing novel approaches to address the challenges that smallholder farmers and vulnerable households face: food and nutrition security, agri-food value chain, smallholder market access, climate adaptation, and agrarian rural household economy are among his research interests. Matume has made significant contributions to several research projects and scientific outputs throughout his career. He takes pride in contributing to significant scientific outputs such as policy brief, journal articles, opinion pieces, and project reports. He advocates for high-quality research and practical policy implication. And prior to joining HSRC, he was part of the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries Young Professional Development Program, where he gained practical knowledge and an in-depth comprehension of food systems dynamics. Apologies for that, but take it away, Mr. Matume.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone on the call. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the National Agricultural Marketing Council and the Department of Agriculture for organizing this highly informative and timely fresh fruit trade export awareness webinar. Your continued commitment to creating platforms that strengthen the knowledge sharing, capacity building, and support stakeholders within the fresh produce sector is truly commendable. Colleagues, as we formally conclude the Fresh Fruit Trade Export Awareness webinar, it is my honor to extend my sincere appreciation to the chairperson of this session, Ms. Nxalati, all distinguished guests or speakers, stakeholders, and participants who contributed to the success of this important webinar. This webinar, which is centered on the strengthening the awareness and understanding the fresh fruit trade and export opportunities, has provided a comprehensive platform to unpack key enablers within the export ecosystem, from the financial support programs to market access, the compliance requirements, as well as inclusive participation. Today's program has reaffirmed the critical importance of coordinated efforts in advancing South Africa's fresh fruit export sector. We began today's program with the opening remarks delivered by Mr. Manganyi, who underscored the strategic importance of the export readiness and the stakeholder collaboration in unlocking growth within the fresh produce industries. Colleagues, the session on the IDTC initiatives provided the valuable and practical insights into the financial and non-financial support programs available for our exporters. So we would like to extend our gratitude to Mr. Mothapo for sharing various support programs available to our exporters. Ms. Mashele for a detailed presentation on the Export, Marketing and Investment Assistance Scheme, mainly focusing on the group participation, and Mr. Ngubeni for further clarifying the EMIA individual offering as well as participation. We also acknowledge the contribution from Mr. Manenzhe in reinforcing the importance of these instruments in facilitating the export market entries as well as the expansion. We would like to further appreciate the contribution of Mr. Piet Jager from the Fresh Produce Exporters Forum, who provided the critical insights into market access and the trade development for fresh fruits exports. His presentation emphasized the dynamic nature of the global markets and the needs for exporters to remain agile, informed, as well as competitive. Colleagues, a key highlight for me for today's program was the focus on transformation and inclusivity within the export value chain. And in this regard, I would like to thank Ms. Mogale from CGA GDC for a brief presentation on the current success in incorporating the emerging farmers into the export value chain. I mean, for me, I believe this work is essential in ensuring that the benefits of export growth are shared broadly and sustainably across the sector. Equally important was the last presentation by Mr. Khaukanani from the Department of Agriculture, who addressed the plant health standard in relation to international trade. Colleagues, the compliance with these standards remain a cornerstone for successful export participation and market retention, particularly in the highly regulated international market. So as traders, I believe we really need to ensure that we are complying with all these standards. We would like to extend appreciation for taking the time to share your knowledge and expertise with our exporters. And can you confirm if I'm still audible?
You are audible now. You did break just a bit, but we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. But I was extending my sincere appreciation to all our speakers for taking their time to share the knowledge and their expertise with our exporters. So their contributions have provided the practical insights and guidance that will certainly support and strengthen the participation in the fresh fruit export sectors. Colleagues, I believe I won't be doing justice if I don't acknowledge the rich and engaging question and answers session. The level of participation and the thoughts-provoking question raised, I believe they have significantly enhanced the value of today's discussion and reflected a strong commitment in terms of learning and growth within the fresh fruit export sector. So I would really like to appreciate all the participants for raising those questions and ensured that they seek clarity in all the presentations that were delivered today. And colleagues, in reaffirming the central theme of this webinar, the fresh fruit trade export awareness, it is evident that the awareness is not merely about access to information, but about empowering stakeholders with knowledge, tools, and network required to participate effectively in the global trade. Today's program has actually reinforced that successful export participation is actually underpinned by the issue of club compliance, the strategic use of initiatives presented by the DTIC, the market intelligence, and inclusive value chain development. As we move forward, I would encourage us to continue to build on the insights gained and strengthen the collaboration between ourselves, the government, industry bodies, and producers, and remain commitment to expanding South Africa's footprint in international fresh fruit markets. Once again, thanks to all our speakers and participants for your valuable contribution. We trust that this webinar has enhanced your understanding and readiness to engage in fresh fruits exports, and we look forward to your continued participation in future initiatives. Thank you so much, colleagues, and I wish you all a productive day further. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. And I will not say anything further from what you have said, Mr. Matume. And have a lovely afternoon further. And we will see you on the next one.